Welcome to the second round of the Women FIDE Grand Prix here in Munich. We are so excited for the second round and many nice games.
Yeah, welcome here, your team, my colleague, International Master Veronika Exler.
And the fabulous Grandmaster Stefan Kindermann.
Yeah, and we are looking very much forward to the games that we have today. Yesterday was such an exciting round with 4 decided games out of 6. And at first we will do a quick overview over the openings, of course, and look which pairings we do have today. So what we see in the moment, this is the game between, on the white side, Humpy Koneru, the Indian top player, and on the black side, one of the youngest participants, Zhansaya,
Abdumalik.
Zhansaya.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What else to expect today? We have Dinara Wagner against Muzychuk, Dzagnidze against Mariya Muzychuk, Humpy Koneru against Zhansaya Abdumalik, Jiner against Harika Dronavalli, Alina Kashlinskaya against Zhongyi and Alexandra Kosteniuk against Elisabeth Paehtz. So many interesting games, and maybe quickly we check the results from yesterday. And here they are. So we had a draw between the Indian players, also a draw between the sisters, the Muzychuk sisters from Ukraine. And then we had many interesting games. We saw a nice win from Alexandra Kosteniuk against Alina. Also a nice win from former world champion Zhongyi against Jiner from China also. And we saw also a beautiful win from Elisabeth Paehtz against Dinara Wagner. And a very interesting Sicilian game from Dzagnidze against Zhansaya, where Dzagnidze won in the end.
Yeah, and I guess especially for the players who lost the first round, now the second game is very important because you have to try to come back into the tournament, and the most important thing is the mental strength after losing, especially if you lose in very bad fashion, and to keep your confidence. And now, of course, in the next game, absolutely not to lose, but on the other hand, of course, it would be very nice to win, to regain your confidence, and it will be very exciting to see how the players will tackle this challenge.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the games.
Yeah, let's start here. And the game we already see here at the screen, this is the game between Koneru against Zhansaya. Zhansaya, sorry, not yet absolutely perfect pronunciation. And here we see Queen's Gambit accepted. Maybe just to quickly go through the first moves. So this is the queen's gambit accepted. This is quite fashionable in top chess. It's considered to be pretty solid for black. Although I personally I never liked so much to play it with black, because white does have the option to very quickly transpose to an endgame that is slightly better for white, but practically absolutely zero winning chances for black. So this I never found extremely tempting for black. But of course, white does have much sharper approaches. But in these cases, of course, black also gets much more counter chances.
Actually, this is exactly the line I'm playing with white.
I can imagine.
I had it many times and I really enjoy it. I mean, I like endgames, so this is one of my favorites, of course.
Do you mean after a6,
Yeah.
d takes c5?
Yeah,
This is
probably we
this
will
is-
see this line, but
well,
who knows?
this is one of the most fashionable lines.
Yes.
And it turns out that for some miraculous reasons, although it looks very symmetrical, that the black players really have a bit of kind of problems to equalize, and this just because of this bit weakening move on a6, because in the ensuing structure, always white had some plans to fight against the weak squares, and in case black plays b5, later on white can attack with a4, and there are always some small problems for black then. But we'll see, because of course white does have also much sharper attempts. Knight c6. This is an unusual move.
Yeah, I haven't seen that before.
It's an old move, I guess, because normally in many cases black wants to put this knight in a more flexible way later on to d7. So knight c6 is a bit compromising in a way. And I seem to remember that white usually plays in this moment queen to e2, with the idea later to play rook to d1. And usually there are ensuing some positions with isolated queen pawn on d4, which are quite interesting. They offer chances for both sides and quite rich play. So this is interesting. For sure it's more interesting, sorry Veronika, than the ending.
It's okay, we will see some nice endgames, I'm pretty sure of that.
Okay, so let's look the next games, because it's still early to say something. Oh, sorry, this is the wrong direction. This is a very interesting Slav here. This is the game Dzagnidze with white, Nana against Mariya Muzychuk. This is absolutely high-class battle, and both players are very well prepared in the opening.
Yeah, and also a line that I'm using to play, so...
Okay.
Yeah.
But I guess you don't play fifth move e4.
No.
Okay, the Slav defense. This is considered also a very high-class, solid defense for black. I also used to play it for many years with black. And here, of course, main moves are in this moment are either e3 or knight c3 are the main lines. But also the line played in the game was queen c2. And now, normally white plays queen takes c4 and bishop f5. This is a relatively solid line with maybe a very small advantage to white, but here Dzagnidze with white plays a very ambitious move, e4. I must say I don't know this move.
I'm playing queen takes c4.
Yeah, nearly everybody plays queen takes c4. So most probably this will be a surprise for Mariya. And I'm sure this will lead to very interesting play.
For sure.
And now there's
yeah, so we will see what happens. So maybe check the next game.
Yeah, but just was thinking what will be the next move, because now it's quite interesting, because black might try to keep the gambit pawn with b5 under some risk, or might play some move like bishop g4, for example. So if you don't know this line, this is quite a big choice, I think.
I think b5 is always very interesting and not so easy to play for white.
Yeah, it's very sharp, but nowadays it's quite fashionable just to also in some Catalan lines just to give this pawn on c4 and play really a pawn down, so playing a real gambit, because originally the queen's gambit is not a real gambit, because in most cases you regain your pawn. But here probably this will get very interesting and very sharp, and shows great confidence from Nana. Okay. what's happening here. Oh, Grünfeld. You love Grünfeld, Veronika, no?
Yes, I started to play it not long time ago, so I only had 3 games yet.
And it must be said that the Grünfeld defense is really an ingenious innovation, of course, by an Austrian grandmaster, Ernst Grünfeld, because in those days, I think this move was something like a sensation. It was from the hypermodern school of thought, because immediately it gives white a very strong center that optically looks extremely impressive. But over decades, it turned out that the black counterplay against the white center is very strong. And it's still, this is till today, after something like 100 years later, it's still one of the favorite weapon of many top grandmasters. So this is quite fascinating, because this is absolutely not an intuitive idea to play in this way for black. Because this center, of course, when confronted with it for the first time in the 20s of the last century, surely they thought it cannot be, it's impossible, because the white center is too strong. But this typical attack gives black very good piece play usually.
And bishop e5, yeah.
Yeah, this
Very popular also.
in the days when I played, but this is more than 20 years ago, the Grünfeld bishop b5 was considered to be a drawing line, but the times have changed. White has many options. In those days, the sharpest line was rook b1, which leads to extremely complicated play with variations analyzed up to move 30. I had some two very interesting duels against Boris Gelfand in this line, who was the biggest expert in it. Or the other fashionable move here is bishop to e3. This was favored by Kramnik. But bishop b5 check, I must say here I'm not really up to date with the theory.
Yeah, knight c6.
Knight c6 is the main move. Yeah, because it's too early for d5, because c3 would be hanging. And now d5, because now the c pawn isn't hanging anymore with check. So Veronika, you're a Grünfeld expert. What is the theory in this?
Not 100%.
Can black take on c3, or is it too riskier?
Oh. I wish I would remember everything. I only started with Grünfeld. It's not so easy.
Well, obviously, black a natural option would be to play knight e5. Probably this is where knight to a5 theoretically would be possible. Or, of course, the sharpest move, but surely risky, is to take on c3. But of course, this loses some time. Later, white will have the option to play the bishop to h6. So this is very risky. But I must admit that I don't know the theory in this line. So, and also it seems that also Anna at least doesn't know it absolutely by heart. Although, as we also discussed yesterday, it can make some sense, even if you know the line, to spend some time to come into the spirit of the position, because as it happened to me several times, even if I knew a long theoretical line well, and even if objectively afterwards, after this line, I had a very good position, then sometimes I found it very difficult to make the first move on your own, just to come into the game mentally. And also, of course, it doesn't give the information to your opponent that you know it perfectly, so it can be a trap.
Yeah, but maybe she's also deciding between different variations she knows.
Yeah, maybe she has several options and is not sure what in a tournament situation, what is the wisest. That's interesting. But also a sharp game, I'm sure.
Yes, for sure.
Oh, Evans Gambit. Oh, this is cool. Very cool by Elisabeth. Yeah, Elisabeth has the advantage to start with a double white. Oh, let's look at this. This is for sure a lot of fun. Against former world champion Alexandra Kosteniuk. Yeah, usually Elisabeth does a very good and very special opening preparation. As we could see yesterday, she played a rare line, sprung a successful surprise and against Dinara, and basically had the winning position after 7 or 8 moves. This was quite impressive. And
the interesting thing is that I heard in the interview yesterday that actually her father was preparing this line for her for 3 to 4 hours and said, no, she should play this one. And then she won with the line from her father. So that's really cool.
That's incredible. My daughter, if she would be a chess player, would never hear to my advice.
She didn't even like your book for kids. You wrote just for her.
Yeah. My daughter was the only kid who didn't read my children's book. But okay. So, well, she played here the Gambit of Captain Evans from the 19th century. This is a very sharp approach. For a very long time, this was considered to be absolutely too risky and too romantic. But also already several decades ago, it was none less than Garry Kasparov who revived here the Evans Gambit, and nowadays it's considered to be playable. But if black is prepared well, doesn't yield too much of an advantage. So the idea is to accelerate development, just to show why, because an old main line would go on knight c3, knight f6, d4. But here black gets sufficient counterplay with giving check. And basically the ideas of b4 is after bishop takes b4 to gain the tempo for c3 and d4. And white is ready in some lines even to sacrifice 3 pawns. So this is really super sharp. But of course also here quite a lot of theory has established. E takes d4 I think is considered to be very risky, then white will just castle and will get a very big lead in development. I think queen b3 is the main move. Now f7, the weakest point, is under attack. Queen d7. Short castle. And I seem to remember this line is quite well known. The idea of black is that now he has got this threat of knight a5. But white is ready to take it. Well, if I did not know this opening, I would say that white is just a pawn down. I wouldn't see so much compensation, but as I said, I'm sure that Elisabeth prepared it very carefully. Knight a5 is of course a very logical move, because black will get a strong bishop. But now one might argue that black is a pawn up plus the bishop pair. But of course now black has fallen a bit behind in development, and changing in d4 would be very dangerous, because after probably first retaking, white gets a very dynamic center here to fight against the black king. So this probably would be pretty dangerous. So in several lines black just returns the pawn. And here black plays the interesting move, queen to c6. Well, but still it's in a way logical, because it also it frees the black bishop. So I mean this move looks, even if you don't know theory, it might be possible to find this move. But of course it returns the pawn. But at the price, it opens for black the A line, and gives black a good pawn structure. And this is an interesting position, because black does have a good structure, and but white is a lead of in development. And with the king in the center is always quite dangerous, of course, and this is one of the basic ideas of the Evans Gambit, to speed up the development. And well, hard to say. Well, as I said, but I'm sure it's still theoretical. But if you don't know it, then you have to decide where to put your queen.
f6 maybe.
My first idea would be queen a4.
Exchanging.
Yeah, of course. If black can exchange queens, then I think that black is slightly better, because
the pawn structure is
because
not good
black has better. White has got so-called three pawn islands, and this double pawn, in fact, of black, this is quite good, because it opens the A line and is very compact. So queen a4 would be my first idea, because then most probably white will have to lose a tempo with the queen, because I don't think that white wants to change, and then black would be probably would have time to develop the knight to, or even more solid here. At first sight I would like the black position, but as Elisabeth has played very quickly, she doesn't agree, because otherwise probably she wouldn't play it. Or it's a gamble. She's hoping that black would not find this line, but I don't think that in the stage of the tournament Elisabeth would do this.
I'm sure she has prepared something very interesting.
Yeah.
Maybe again from her father.
Yeah, let's get surprised. French.
You like it, right?
Yeah, well, it was for many decades. I wrote some books about the French defense, and in my active times I was considered to be quite an expert. And this is very interesting. This is also super sharp, fashionable line that Alina Kashlinskaya, she's here with her husband, as also probably serving as a second. This is Radoslav Wojtaszek, a very, very strong Polish grandmaster, who also was in a team of Viswanathan Anand for many years, and I think also works for for Magnus Carlsen, a very strong theoretician and very strong grandmaster. So it's sure that she's very well prepared. And just to show, this is the transposed from a Sicilian to a French advanced variation. This is a very principled way to play against the French. White has space advantage, but black usually has counterplay against the white pawn on d4. This is one of the classical main lines, and this move for a long time was considered to be not very good, because after bishop d7, if white defends the pawn on d4, it is just too slow. If white would play something like bishop c2, then black can take and play knight b4 and get this bishop, basically, and black would be very happy. So white, this is the so-called Milner-Berry gambit. White gives the pawn on d4. And now in the old days, the main line, but this was considered to be quite nice for black, went like this. Knight c3, white even offers the next pawn, but according to theory, after a6, black is quite fine, and probably it's even possible to take this pawn. But a very young, fresh development is here just not to take back, but to make a lot of useful moves and wait for black to take in c3. This is very interesting, because if black takes in c3, then white will speed up his development. And in the meantime, usually, as I saw some recent games that on already a theory, the white idea is just to make some useful moves. He might mostly plays h4, h5, sometimes a3, sometimes b4, and just waits for black to take on c3. And if black takes on c3, black is a pawn up, but white gets very good development. He will later play the bishop to e3. He can use the square d4, he can use the c line. And in fact, it turns out that it's a bit funny. The problem for black is that he very early he realized his goal, because the goal in the structure usually is pressure against d4. But there's no more pressure against d4 because d4 doesn't exist anymore. So this is quite an interesting twist. And later on, white can use this square even for his knight. I mean, so it's just by playing in some moment, for example, knight b5 to d4. And it's not so easy for black to develop.
So what should black do? Taking on, like play d takes c3 or not?
As far as I remember, black doesn't take on c3, but also plays some useful moves. I think something maybe like knight e7 or knight e7, g6 or f5 or rook c8. And also usually this is some kind of waiting game. Who is blinking first? But a very interesting fashionable line. And if you're not prepared here with black, this is because now Tan is thinking. So this is... Oh, but it's great. Lots of gambit lines today.
Yeah.
The ladies are much more daring than men in the top tournaments. They're much
All
more...
in, yeah. No draw.
They are much more, at least in the last super tournament in Wagner, they were much more conservative in the openings. Ah yeah, here the... of Shu against Harika. Ah, also very hot line. We are spoiled today. This is this very sharp Spanish line, the Archangelsk. Yeah, this is the so-called Archangelsk-Möller line. Also very fashionable. This is one of the most active ways for black to play the Roy Lopez with black. White gets a speedy d4 in this case, but the black bishop is much more active posted, because in the closed Roy Lopez it's only on e7 and of course more passive. But on the other hand, the white bishop on g5 will be an unpleasant pin for black. While usually white flicks in this move a4, or at least not always, but in many cases, because this typical attacking move against this black pawn structure forces black to react, because the threat to take in b5. And here this a5 is also a very fashionable move to distract the black pieces. It would be too risky to take the pawn, because e5 is also hanging. So black usually plays bishop back, bishop to a7. Now from a classical strategical point, a5 is a bad move for white, because white gave the tension against b5 and lost the possibility to open up the a-lines. In the old days, one would say this is a bad move, even if it's tactical possible. But nowadays it has been showed, because this bishop on a7, we will see now, white plays this prophylactic move against the knight or bishop move to g4. And after bishop e3, black always has to watch out for possibilities of d5, which in some cases might win a piece now. And also here, I don't know what's the theory in the moment, but I don't think that usually black takes an e4. This is quite interesting. And this move in this moment I did not see.
Yeah, but she played it very quickly.
Yeah, for sure this is prepared. Because at first sight one might think that white is winning a piece now with d5. Maybe it does, but maybe it's some prepared sacrifice. I mean, let's look. If white plays d5, now of course black cannot play the knight because white would just win a piece because the bishop now is unprotected. So this means after d5, most probably black has to take in e3 and white will take in c6. Now I guess that there's something with knight takes f2. And while it's, of course, the white does have many moves now, like queen e2 or maybe even queen d5, but let's say white takes back, and then black might either just take here, or take in c6, and probably this is quite nice for black.
Yeah, I would like it with black. You have
Yeah,
the
black
center.
collected some pawns. Yeah, even 3 pawns on the piece, so this is quite nice for black. So I guess that d5 is not a good idea, because after, if white has to take back on e3, this is... but of course white does have many other options. White might play moves like bishop d5, for example. He might take in e5. So this will be very hot as well.
Only hot games today.
Yeah, incredible. Some like it hot.
All of the players seem to like it hot.
Yeah, absolutely. In Shu, it's the question, if Shu doesn't know this line, then... and it's very difficult. It's quite a long time ago that I played the Roy Lopez main lines, and there's so many possible setups for black nowadays. Just to study from the white point, the Roy Lopez, to know every line is very difficult, and black has so many options that you should know to get a good position or any chance for opening advantage.
So we have seen all games right now, so maybe we just talk a little bit about the tournament format and also about the prizes, because there are also huge prizes the players can win here. But maybe first start with the format of the tournament. So yeah, it's a round-robin tournament. You see, we have 12 players and 11 rounds. And the time control, as we already mentioned yesterday, is 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, then followed by 30 minutes for the rest of the game, and of course 30 seconds increment for every move you make, starting with move number 1. And the prize pool is also very high. So in total, it's 400,000 euros for the whole FIDE Grand Prix here. And for the first leg and every single leg, it's a total of 80,000 euros. So a lot to achieve. So Stefan, what's about you? What was the highest prize you ever made in a chess tournament?
This is an interesting question. And I think in a single tournament, this was not such a strong tournament, but it was a tournament in Dubai that was very well sponsored. And in those days, I think the first prize was something like, 12,000 German marks, but this equals of the, of the real value equals about something like also 12,000 euro nowadays. So this was quite good.
Okay, that's good. My highest was 700 euros. So yeah, I can't live from chess.
Well, but it must be admitted that till recently the women prizes were much lower than the men prizes, so it's a bit unfair, the comparison.
That's true, yeah.
But here I think the prizes are getting really fair for the ladies. And of course for professionals it's very important, because they have to live somehow. They have between the tournaments, they have costs, they have to pay for seconds, for preparation. And so it's very important that they make good money.
Yeah, and here is also the prize pool for a single leg. So for the first rank, you will receive 15,000 euros. That would be great, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, we would also take that. For the second place, it's 12,000 euros. Third, 10,000 euros. Fourth, 8,000 euros. Fifth, 6,750 euros. And for the sixth, it is 5,750 euros. Seventh place, 5,000 euros. Eighth place, 4,500 euros. Ninth, 4,000. Tenth, it's 3,500 euros. 11th, 3,000 euros. And 12th, 2,500 euros. So no matter which place you will have in the end, you will have a lot of money in the end.
Well, but compared with other sports, it's still still modest. But of course, for chess, it's clearly an improvement.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm still wondering what alternatives White does have in this position to pawn to d5.
Yeah.
This is really an interesting question. Maybe d takes e5, because with the idea after bishop takes e3 to play. No, it doesn't work. I wanted to play queen d5, but it doesn't work. No, it is stupid because queen d5
Just
I can defend
knight
with
takes
knight takes
pawn,
e5
yes.
then.
And then a bishop is defending the knight.
Exactly. So this is really interesting, because if d5 is the only move, well, theoretically might play something like rook e1, might be a candidate move. But somehow it doesn't look too convincing. If black just castles, yeah, well, the idea would be now after castle to play d5, then this would be good for white. But of course, black has other options. I think if maybe to retreat with the knight, but maybe it's an idea, because if black plays castle now to play d5, this is a clearly improved version. After bishop e3, rook takes e3, and now you really win a piece with white. So maybe this rook e1 is quite interesting, because black probably cannot take, because it would open the line. She cannot castle.
And if white is playing knight d2 instead of rook e1, is this also an option?
Well, but probably black would change, but
Yeah, so not much counterplay, probably.
well, but maybe, but it doesn't look so convincing to me. But here are many options. Well, I think they played something.
And it's d5.
Ah, it happened. This is the most principal line, as I said. But at first sight, it was because I think now black has to take in f2. And now is the question, what is the best move for white? Probably not rook takes f2. I thought about here queen d5 or queen e2. Because after rook takes f2, as we said, after taking immediately or first taking this looks very fine for white.
Yeah, queen d5 is interesting, protecting the pawn on c6.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, that's what I thought, queen d5. This was my my favorite in a way.
And now, taking on h3. And then knight f4, maybe?
But then it's mate.
Oh yeah, it's checkmate. Oh no.
I think in some moment probably black has to castle, but it's a question of whether he should first play some check with the knight, and if playing a check with the knight where, I know theoretically black might also retreat, knight g4 check and knight h6, but then white takes on b7, and it's really a piece up. And also knight e4 is an option. Well, it's pretty complicated. For example, knight e4 check, and now white cannot. It's a funny line, because white cannot go to h1, because then black first can take the rook with check. This is quite funny.
Yeah,
but of course white would go to h2.
King h2.
Yeah, okay, but then bishop f4 check is my idea. And if king g1, then black can repeat moves.
Yeah, but maybe g3? Is this
Yeah,
possible?
no, g3 is of course an option, and then bishop g3. Yeah, but that's right. G3 is a good idea. And in the end, black will lose a piece then, or maybe two pieces. Okay, so let's say in this moment after queen d5, Well, the other option would be just to play castle in this position.
Mhm.
Okay, let's see castle. And now again, white would have the choice to take in b7 or to take in f2. I think after taking f2, I still somehow would like the black position. I don't know. If black takes f2, then maybe just simply bishop c8.
Mhm.
The bishop will come to e6. Or first, well, no, it's not no reason yet to take in f2. And then later bishop e6 and f5, and black will have 2 pawns and I cannot count. Yes, 2 pawns. 2 pawns and rook against 2 pieces, but very nice pawns for black in the long run. So somehow I don't think that was the right plan. I think here.
Yeah. But queen d5 and taking on b7 afterwards. That
This happened so far. Yeah. So
this happened, yeah.
sorry.
In the variation we had
In
like
d5.
yes, queen d5 and then
And
castle.
taking b7.
Yes, and
yeah,
taking
exactly.
on b7.
Yeah, I think this is better.
Mm.
Allowing this, although black does have many options now, but knight h3 to f4. Okay, but here's white rule is the piece up here. Just it just doesn't give the rook.
Yeah.
But here this knight e4 check is interesting again. Now you have to go to h2. And bishop f4 check. Now it's a different story. I don't think you want to play g3 now.
No, not really. But what else?
This might be a repetition because it's.
Yes.
But there's no. But I don't think white can play g3 here. Then knight g3 and then.
No, I don't like it.
No, also the engine
take
hates
with
it.
the knight and yes.
Funny. Maybe it's a drawing line.
A drawing line, okay. That would be interesting.
Well, of course, with black pieces, normally if you can make a draw in this way, this is quite okay against strong opponent. Okay, but now we spent a long time with this game, so let's look back to the go back to the other games.
Yes.
Then lots of interesting games. Let's go back to number 7. Yeah, we left the game in this Queen's Gambit accepted here after knight c6. Now this is interesting move. This is would not be my first choice here to play a3. As I said, I think the main move here is queen e2. And after c takes d4 to play rook d1, if I remember right. The a3 is... Well, I mean, in fact, if black takes in d4, then this move a3, this is pretty useful in these isolated pawn positions to take the...
Typical.
Because in some... quite often black wants to regroup the knight here, so this is quite useful.
And also in the other line, so if, for example, bishop e7 someone comes, then you can just take on c5 and then have b4 immediately.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is also the typical
useful.
plan in this line, yeah.
Okay, but black is mirroring here by a6, and now comes queen e2.
b5?
b5 typically. Now one advantage is that white has the bishop on a2. Yeah, but usually in this Queen's Gambit accepted lines, the black knight is more flexible on d7. So, well, now is the question. White normal move would be rook d1. But of course, this is a normal position. I mean, this is anything can happen. Probably white is slightly better as usual, but it's not yet something. Or white in some moment can take in c5 and then, as Veronika said, and play b4, bishop b2 and so on, and probably a slightly better development. Okay, but there are more exciting games in the moment. Here, this was the true gambit. Okay, we left the game after b5. Yeah, black played b5, the most principled move.
Yes, most interesting.
And now b3, this is
also
very interesting.
But it's a typical idea.
Yeah. Because now black, if black returns the pawn, then white would be somewhat better. So of course, if black, it's surely not a black idea. Now white has lost the pawn, but he does have pressure on A and C line. Now the next move is also interesting. It's not bishop d2. But it's surely prepared, of course.
Yeah.
Very interesting idea, because probably wants to play bishop a5 to.
Okay, and maybe weakening b5 somehow, like playing d5 later on. That's a typical plan in this position.
Yeah, also after bishop a5, the black queen doesn't have such a comfortable square, so this is quite interesting. And in many lines it can be interesting then to play in some moment also later b4, because black absolutely wants in some moment to play this freeing move. And if this is not possible and white, for example, succeed here, then to put a knight on b3 later, then white will have a very strong grip on the center. And in some cases black absolutely cannot free herself. So probably this is the reason why black played a5. But now, of course, it's some kind of tempo that white got for development. And this is also a clever setup, because if later on, if black wants to castle short, then in a moment after e5 and bishop h7, this might be a problem for black. And this exactly as I said, in a moment black cannot castle now, because after castle e5, then would lose the h7 pawn with check, and this of course would be very weakening for the king. So black has to lose another tempo for h6. And now this is a very interesting position. What white really wants is to switch bishop and queen. If he succeeds to do this, then the pawn to e5 would be very
so for
strong.
me these positions are always very complicated, because you're pawn down with white, but you have like the center and active pieces, but it's always very difficult if you will ever see the pawn again or not. So for me it's very complicated and difficult. What do you say about this position? Do you like it or not?
For black or for white?
For white.
Yeah, I think I would like it.
It always looks like very exciting. But if you don't receive the pawn somewhere, then or some nice king's attack.
Yeah, I mean here's the next big decision. What is the right plan for white? For example, in some lines in idea it looks a bit primitive, but can be interesting to play queen to c1. This is the idea that in some cases really after pawn to e5 and sacrifice in h6 might be threatening, and we might really in some moment have the idea to play bishop b1 and queen c2 and building up a battery against the black king, because and then to play e5. This is just one, I don't know, maybe it's too artificial in this moment. Of course white can just put his rooks in the center at first and wait what black is doing. White might play e5 and then put a knight to e4.
That's what I would do. I would play e5 somewhere and then knight e4 and then see what black is doing also.
Yeah, of course. But on the other hand, you give the square d5 to black, but maybe it's not such a big deal. Yeah, what black probably wants to do is to go knight a6 to b4. I think this is the best way to create some counterplay. And maybe also to regroup the knight with knight e2, because then make pressure on c6
and also knight a6 is not possible because of e5 hanging.
Exactly. So it's knight e2 and put a knight to g3. This might be useful in some kingside attack after e5, knight h5. I don't think white should allow this knight a6 before plan. This will be quite annoying.
So a lot of arrows, many possibilities for white.
How to get away? Oh, just switch the next game, then anyway they will disappear. So what happened here? Black played a normal move, knight to e5. There we left. Change. Okay, bishop e3 is also normal move. Attacks this pawn. So if black takes on c3, then white will regain the pawn on c5 with a very active position. So that's the reason black plays bishop d7. Well, this looks normal. As a Grunfeld player, would you like the black position?
Yeah, of course, typical.
Yeah,
and then later I will attack the center. So I like it.
Yeah, for me also this looks pretty solid for black. Because if white, well, one concrete question is if white takes the pawn on c5, that's the first question. How's this position? Now probably black has to take in c3, because otherwise I will play bishop to d4. Probably rook c1. Bishop g7, I guess.
Yes. Yeah, but this is typical with the two pawns against one pawn.
Okay, maybe I can play bishop d4 here and get some good centralization. Okay, well maybe just rook c8, and this would be a solid way to handle it. I mean, well, I don't think that that white is worse, but after rook c8, maybe s7 might be hanging in some lines, but maybe not. Maybe rook fc8. Well, my idea would be just to centralize the queen, and in this case I think the white pawns might be pretty powerful in this case. You can create a passer.
Yes.
So this might be a critical line. I think if white retreats or protects the bishop, that's a bit lame. Okay, but I'm not a Greenfield expert, so it's just my very very primitive thoughts about it. That's where it came from. She played e5 immediately. This was your preference.
Yes, and then knight e4.
Yeah, so I guess now knight to e4.
Yes.
Because this also does have the advantage that now black cannot play the desired move to a6, or at least she can, but then would lose the pawn on a5. Yeah, this is a normal way to play this with white. And still maybe later this idea with queen c1 might be possible.
I like your idea.
Oh, thank you.
I will keep it in mind for my next game with this position.
Well, but of course black in some moment, this is important. When it gets really dangerous for the king, then black can play this freeing move f5.
Yeah.
Because then normally white has to take, and while black will get some weak squares, but will get heir for the king, so it's...
Yeah, and also the d4 pawn maybe gets attacked somewhere. So like I said, for me it's a really complicated position. I don't really enjoy to play such lines.
No, this I liked. With both colors it's interesting.
Yeah, it's very interesting, but also very complicated to understand everything.
Nobody understands everything here. I noticed we just had him going to the wrong direction. Here the Evans gambit. Here I'm curious what happened. Yeah, she played queen a4, that's what we thought.
Okay.
Of course, white, if Elisabeth wants to have any advantage, has to dodge the queen. Queen d3, that's a clever move, because the queen can switch to g3. Because about the logic of the position, after changing the black bishop, I mean, this is the weak point in the black camp, and as a French Winnover player, I know very well that this can cause big problems. So black has quickly to develop. So
that's why knight e7, maybe
knight e7, exactly.
Knight g6 somewhere.
Exactly, so queen g3, exactly. Hitting g7, and black is just in time to castle. Interesting now, Elisabeth just plays rook e1, simply a quiet move, protects e4. That's an interesting position. Concerning the pawn structure, black does have slight advantages, but on the other hand, white is more active. And now after this pawn is protected, black has to reckon with moves like bishop h6. And in several lines, I think it will be a problem that the pawn on c7 is hanging. Because if black plays knight g6, but otherwise would be a nice move, then white can take, and then if the pawn on c7 is falling, of course, this is unpleasant for black. So now it's interesting. After which position would you prefer?
White. I enjoy to play with active pieces and initiative.
Well, I used to prefer good pawn structure, but in this case, I don't see exactly how. Okay. Just to understand the position is the question. Let's say black plays some primitive development move, bishop e6. Because bishop h6 isn't yet a threat, because then the bishop will be hanging in this line. I mean, what I want to say is after bishop h6, knight g6. there's no time to take in c7 now.
Yeah.
But of course white might play bishop f4. Now black would have to play c6 or c5. Okay, but this looks very solid for black. It's hard to imagine that white will crush through here. Well, yeah, maybe h4, h5, but it doesn't look too dangerous to me. And black will go to the d line. And
Yeah, at least white needs to attack and try to do something with opposite color bishops.
but I think bishop h6 would be anyway too primitive. I just wanted to show what's the point here. Okay, but you said you like this active position, so what would be the active idea?
Active idea.
f4, f5, but of course f4, f5 would be nice, but of course black can is in time to play f6.
I'm thinking. I want to activate my bishop. And can I play something with h4, h5, and try to attack immediately?
Yeah, alpha 0 would immediately play h4. Okay, but alpha 0 would have played h4 much earlier, of course. But yeah, of course h4. It's because now the point being that after f6, now bishop h6 is much stronger. This is an important point.
Yeah, my idea is also to play h5, and then knight g6 is not possible.
Yeah, h4 like this is nice move. So it's not so easy for black to because still knight g6, the c7 pawn is hanging. This is the big problem. And if black sacks this pawn, then I mean maybe he can draw, but it's unpleasant. Yeah, I like this move h4. I wonder if black cannot, but it looks very risky to play f5, then also bishop h6 is g6, h5. No, anyway, the rook is hanging. No, stupid. But maybe bishop e6 is too primitive. So black
she's still thinking after rook e1.
Yeah, this is an interesting position. It's not clear at all what is the best move. So again, very good preparation by Elisabeth. She nearly spent no time. She's obviously still in her preparation.
Do you know how strong her father is?
Well, he's grandmaster.
That's
I played against him twice. By the way, I think I won twice, but but I also won once against Elisabeth. So
I played one game against Elisabeth and I lost. So she is pretty strong.
No, of course, she's a strong player.
Yeah, of course.
And the game I won was a rapid game. So yeah, interesting. What would you play with black?
As I told you, I like active pieces.
Okay.
Yeah, I would go for bishop e6.
I wonder whether there's time for a prophylactic move like king h8. It looks a bit slow.
H8.
But it does have some advantages because there's no more bishop h6, and now you can play f6 to free yourself. No, bishop f4 maybe to squeeze the. Yeah, still it might be a problem, this battery, because then later if the black c-pawn is moving, then because my idea was to play f6, but now if the white knight retreats, let's say even simply to f3, this battery is kind of problem for black because well, maybe it's, I don't know how bad it is, but if black plays
something with the c-pawn, then always d6 is a weak square. Yeah.
d6. I don't know how bad it is now, but it's dangerous. I mean, rook e8 and rook e5. Yeah, no, the rook is protected, so I can play knight f5. Taking e7 and queen d6 maybe, and.
But can't we play e5 and just try to open the position
because
we have very active
No,
pieces?
of course. But
okay. No, at the moment it's not working. Yeah, because
no, it's working.
knight.
It's working.
It
just
is?
can play the queen. somewhere. But there's no good
No,
square.
it's not because queen a4 is there. Or what do you mean?
I know there's no good square for the queen.
Yeah,
the
that's what
problem.
that's what I mean. Yeah, at the
Yeah,
moment
yeah.
it's not working because of knight f5.
Of course, but there's several ideas. Taking e7 and queen d6, for example.
Yes, I like that one. Yes, I really like that one. And then also attacking the b6 pawn. Yes.
You cannot play rook e6 because now it's checkmate. Is the drawback of the...
It's not so easy for black. As soon as the c pawn is moving, then there
Yeah.
are weak squares.
Yeah, interesting.
So that's why I like bishop e6.
Yeah, but we said after
I know
after
h5
your brilliant move h4.
We will see if it's brilliant.
Maybe now king h8. Maybe it is an improvement now. Because at least if you go h5 now f6, so do you want to sacrifice in g6? But it's probably not so. It's possible probably, but maybe not. And this might be an improvement because here the bishop on f4 probably was more useful than you might flick in h6 now. Still that's maybe. Still looks quite nice for white. Yeah, I like your h4 move. Okay.
Okay, let's see another game.
Let's leave the problem to the former world champion. Yeah. She played Tan played knight h6. I think this is one of the moves. And interesting, now white took on d4. This is very interesting because this is now the old Milner-Berry gambit with the white move rook e1 and the black move knight h6 interposed. And I would think normally that knight h6 is more useful than rook e1. Interesting. And black has got a better time, so it seems after knight h6 that Alina was out of theory.
Well, I don't know this line, and for me, knight h6 looks really weird. So maybe you can explain for me and the spectators that also don't know this line, what happens if we take on h6? I mean, of course, the g line opens.
Well,
so
the first question
is
in this situation is whether black can take in b2. This is the first. Is the first question. I mean, but of course, black also can take back simply. And,
yes.
Queen b2 is well. One question is if you can trap the queen. Something like. Now let's say queen c2, something like this. But maybe.
But a2 is also hanging, so it's not possible to play bishop b2.
Yeah. So this is. Well, the idea might be knight d2, b3, something like this. But I think probably after d takes d3, black is in time because it's threatened knight to b4 then. So I guess after bishop takes h6, black just takes back. So this is, but as black, I wouldn't be so unhappy about this.
Yeah, I also think that the g line is nice and everything. I was just asking because, I mean, it's not a typical move like you learn when you start with chess. That's why I'm asking.
Okay, but in the French defense, it's quite when the knight intends basically to be regrouped.
But it's also possible via e7. So why is knight h6 better than knight e7?
In this moment, this is an interesting question. I mean, knight e7, of course, is an option here. That is a good question. What is the...
Maybe knight h6 is just hoping for taking on h6.
Well, the difference here, the bishop is closed, which might be in some lines a difference. But concretely speaking, I also cannot say why. As I said, usually white simply plays h4, h5, and just wait what the black is doing. And maybe with the knight on h6, this is more flexibly posted with the... I mean, with the knight on e7, you basically have to play this knight one more time because otherwise you cannot finish your development. While with the knight on h6, you just can play the bishop. And but okay, this is just a general consideration, but it's of course this line is pretty concrete. But it's interesting that white, after initiating this gambit, now is thinking quite a long time. So it seems the move knight h6 was a surprise for him. I guess so. Otherwise, to think more than half an hour. It's hard to imagine that this is, as I said, that this interpolating this knight h6 rook e1 is an improvement for white. I mean, the normal move would be knight c3 for white now. And typical reply for black would be a6 too. Or maybe bishop e3 and of course white always does have some compensation. Probably queen b4. Well, hard to say. White, of course, white is quite good play, but it's on the other hand it's a pawn.
Yeah.
Okay, hard to say. Ah, interesting here.
So what did they play? It was queen e2. Yeah, it was queen e2 and not queen d5.
Queen e2 was the other move I considered. Possibly knight h3 check. It's an interest. Oh, if she goes to h2, maybe then bishop f4 check. Or okay, king h1. Well, this must be some computer line. Some of the moves are not easy to understand. So bishop f2. Okay, now takes in b7. Now again, black does have, in the moment, well, at least if you regain the pawn on b7, then black would have quite, would have 4 pawns for the 4 pawns and rook for 2 pieces. But of course she doesn't yet have the pawn on b7. Yeah, this is an important move because if white can keep this pawn on b7, this is pretty important. But now, of course, black wants to play c6. Oh, knight d4. This is a nice move.
Beautiful.
Very strange, unusual position.
Yeah.
And obviously well prepared by Harika.
Very difficult for black to decide here. Huh? What
Absolutely.
to do now?
Well, to allow the knight. Well, the most obvious would be with the bishop to take in d4 and play c6. If this works out, then. But maybe white wants to take in e5. Then let's look at this, because if the white knight can land on c6, this might be bad news for black. So the most natural reaction would be to take. And now to play c6. If it works. I mean, if black gets back this pawn on b7 and castle's short, then white is totally busted. So here white must do something. I don't know, maybe take an e5. Is this possible? Very strange position. And probably queen.
I don't believe in this position. Yeah. Okay, no.
Yeah, but white is badly developed, so it's hard to believe that this works.
Yeah, and also it's a rook against knight.
So let's look about bishop d4 and c6. What does the engine think? Oh yeah, this is a winning position for black. So okay, so white must after knight
go some
So if this means
d4.
after bishop takes d4, white must do white does an in-between move, something like queen e4, for example.
Yeah, and then
this is this must be the trick. Then now queen e4, for example, or queen f3. I don't know.
I think it's f3 because here it's f5.
Oh yeah, f5. Oh, sorry.
So that's the difference because before the white couldn't play queen e4 and also not queen f3 because there was a knight.
Yeah, this is absolutely right. It's the right idea to put up this threat here with bishop c6, but it was the wrong execution. And now probably black has to castle, I guess. And now we can take back in d4. And now the big difference is that white keeps this power pawn. And this is pretty unclear. What does the engine say? It gives white advantage. Interesting.
Yeah, I like it with white. If the pieces get activated.
Okay, but probably this is the reason why black did not take in d4, but played the not extremely intuitive move queen e7. That's for sure computer line, because Harika practically did not use up any time. Crazy.
She is still in preparation.
Mm-hmm. Very good preparation. Bishop c6 check, now probably king f8, I guess. A crazy game. This is absolutely modern computer chess.
Yeah. And also to show the other idea, if there would have been knight c6 instead of bishop c6, then it's queen h4. Yeah. I was waiting for this moment a long time.
Now the bar is dropping into nowhere. Yeah, bishop c6 check, so, and
that's also the problem with the knight, so it has to go back to
king
f3.
f8, and now
maybe knight f3 or knight f5?
Knight f5. Well, but very hot position. I mean, if white can get out the other knight and the rook, then he might get strong pressure against the black king. Let's say knight f5, but of course there are lots of mating threats also against the white king, so it's it's a very hot position.
I would play not knight f5, but knight f3, so that I also have knight h2 in worst case.
Yeah, knight f3 is much safer, because now all the mating threats are parried. Yeah, now is the idea to bring out the knight. Knight d2, rook f1.
And activate the pieces. So which color would you prefer? The pieces or the pawns?
No, just intuitively, just even the white side.
Me too, yeah.
Because it's clear the next moves. Knight d2, rook f1, knight to e4. Well, here for black it's not so clear what he can do. There should be some brutal attack with g5, g4, for example. Or
I think Dronavalli still has some plans prepared.
Ah, there was already a move on. Ah, it happened, yeah. So we went to f8 and knight f3, yeah. Perfect. Well, but very impressive from Shu if she found all the moves on the board.
Yeah.
This is very, very good achievement. Oh, by the way, maybe now slowly, after 1 hour, they told us we should about each hour to make a small break. Because there are some very nice, some interesting films about Munich and some other topics about our chess foundation. So see you soon again.
Yeah,
in some
see you
5
soon
to 10 minutes.
Enjoy some sights from Munich.
sozialen Brennpunkten haben es besonders schwer. Sie müssen oft sowohl mit sprachlichen als auch häuslichen Problemen kämpfen. Wenn vielen von ihnen keine erfolgreiche schulische Karriere gelingt und sie später beruflich abgehängt sind, wird das zu einem großen gesellschaftlichen Problem und birgt enorme Gefahren für uns alle. Wir glauben, dass unser Schachtraining nach allen Erfahrungen der letzten 15 Jahre mit bis zu 10.000 geförderten Grundschulkindern ein wunderbares und innovatives Mittel ist, um hier gegenzusteuern. Unser Königsplan für Kinder fördert auf spielerische Weise. Die Kinder lernen, sich besser zu konzentrieren, sie werden kreativer und sie erleben, wie man vielfältige Probleme flexibel löst. All dies ist kein theoretischer Stoff, sondern wirkt sich unmittelbar positiv auf die schulische Entwicklung aus. Vor allem zeigen wir diesen Kindern, dass wir an sie glauben und geben ihnen damit den Glauben an sich selbst. Und das ist die allerwichtigste Gabe für ihre weitere Entwicklung. Um all dies fortzusetzen, benötigen wir Ihre Unterstützung. Mit 150 € können Sie ein Grundschulkind über ein ganzes Jahr hinweg fördern. Unsere Personalkosten werden von unserem Stiftungsgründer Roman Krolich getragen, sodass Ihre Spende voll und ganz in diese wichtigen Projekte fließt. Dafür im Namen der Münchner Schachstiftung und natürlich unserer Schachkinder ein ganz großes Dankeschön an Sie.
Alexander, Kosteniuk, well done. A very nice performance today. A very nice win against Kashlinskaya. Tell us about the game. How did it go?
Well, we played the Petrov defense. I mean, rather Alina opted for the Petrov defense. I think in the last game she chose another line with bishop d6, but of course knight c6 and bishop e7 that she played is considered to be a very solid line. And well, this kind of structure, I've seen also that Koneru versus Harika today, they played the same kind of structure. Of course, pieces were set up a little bit differently, but I mean, I was not sure after the opening, I did not remember my opening preparation, and I was not sure about queen e2, queen d3 maneuver because it seemed rather slow, and I think she just had to play queen f5. Instead of that, she started like maneuvering very strangely, knight e7, h6, g5. I think it's just very bad. Instead of that, if she would have played queen f5, I was going just to, I mean, exchange on f5, g takes f5 and play g4. Well, maybe slightly like a very small plus, but it should be equal. And after knight e7, h6, g5, I got a very nice advantage, because in these positions, it's often about the control of the e-file. And I was able to consolidate all my pieces, but of course, One thing is to get a good position. The other thing is actually to get through. And she found a nice idea with rook f to e8 after I played rook g6. Because if I capture on g7, rook takes g7, then she takes with the queen, and we get to an endgame after queen e8, rook e8, rook e8, queen f8. And I'm still a pawn up, but my pawn on d5 is hanging. And so I didn't see how to improve. That's why I repeated the moves and I played h4. But, okay, h4, it's always, you know, she has some ideas of the f file, and I was worried about, for example, knight takes d5 instead of g4. Knight takes d5, and then if I capture on d5, g4. I was going to take on g5. Knight d5, h take g5, and I was hoping that I'm not blundering anything, but at least she can exchange my dark squared bishop. And in the game, g4 is also very interesting. But after bishop d4, I think she had to play c5, because I was not sure if I capture on g7, bishop takes g7, she can capture on f3, queen takes f3, queen takes f3, rook takes f3, king takes f3, king g7. We get this endgame. Okay, her pawn is on c5, so her bishop on d6 is hanging. I can play rook d1, like pinning all the pieces, but she can play bishop c7, for example, with the idea to unpin rook f8 and then knight b4. I was going to play king e2, and I was not sure how to evaluate this position. So she has two pieces for rook. I have a rook and a pawn for two pieces, and I was not sure. Still, I mean, I thought that she had to play c5, and of course knight e7 is just a blunder.
It looks like you have everything under control, but as I see, there were many more complications under the surface than what really happened. From the outside, I really liked the idea you started off when you played c4, opening up the long diagonal. I thought that your victory was coming along the lines of playing on the e-file and with the diagonal. You already saw some interesting tactical opportunities when you played c4, I suppose. That was the idea, to attack the king.
Well, I mean, controlling the e-file is great, of course, but you need, two weaknesses, right? That's what we saw in the game, I think, between Harika and Koneru. Harika dominated on the e-file, but there was nothing else. And that's why I decided to open up on the queen side. And actually, I was surprised when she captured on c4. I thought that c6 would be more solid, because I was not sure about c5, bishop c7 line, and actually after c6 I was going to play b3, and just, to improve a little bit, to keep the tension. Still, again, you always, white always has a slight plus, but how is it possible to convert it? Usually those positions should be holdable, of course, for black, but okay, it's always unpleasant, I think, to play for black.
A nice game, congratulations, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
I'm joined by Nana Dzagnidze here in the press room after a very nice performance, if I may say, against Abdumalik. I saw it was a very tense Sicilian with opposite side castle kings, and then you sacrificed the rook on c3. Tell us about the sacrifice and how the game went in your view, Nana.
I think already in the opening I got a very pleasant position, because I think white somehow lost many tempes there, because if takes e5 is already, I think, an accuracy. Because after that, after knight e5 and bishop g4, rook c8, I have very good development, and even I think After I took on c3, exchange, sacrifice, I think after that I have a huge advantage because I have easy play, and with white to play such a position, it's not that simple.
Yeah, that's what exactly. That's what I was thinking from the outside. The playability of the position for black, with an exchange down, but a pawn plus the attack on the white's kick, and it's very difficult for white to organize the defenses. Were you thinking along those lines as well?
Yeah, I think she was defending quite well. At one moment when she transferred this rook on d4 and king d2, I think this plan was quite good for white. But I've got this plan with the rook c8, b5, and prepare d5, because after d5, I think when my bishop opens diagonals, I think my position is already winning.
Nana, this is your first of the 4 events of the Grand Prix. You didn't play in Astana. Of course, you won the first game. What are your expectations for this leg of the tournament?
I mean, it's not. I usually don't like to talk about expectations because this tournament is this kind of tournament. I mean, GP is always very strong, so I try to play game by game, and I hope I will show my best chess here.
Okay. Well, today, obviously, I saw a very good game, and congratulations on a good performance, and good luck for the next rounds.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back.
Yeah, this game between Shu and Harika, this is absolutely the most crazy game of the tournament so far. And I really would be interested how long the preparation of both players was. And we left in this moment when white had just played knight f3, and this is already wild enough. Black has collected in the moment 3 pawns and a rook against 2 pieces. And of course, if white gets some time, as we said just before, to develop with knight d2 and rook f1 and knight e4, then this looks very good for white. But now comes really a shocking move from black that I absolutely did not expect. Did you expect
Me
this move?
neither. It's like a computer move.
This is really a computer move. d5. It's now offering both of these pawns. And it's really, in the first moment, very hard to grasp the ideas behind it. I mean, white played a logical move to take with the queen on e5. Okay, one thing is that, okay, to be systematical, knight takes e5 is the worst of all possible white ideas, as
We have seen before.
Okay,
Checkmate.
as queen h4 would be made. So this is clear. But white took with the queen on e5, which is logical, but of course also queen takes d5 is the question, and might be the idea. Maybe some queen d6 to h6, or maybe this is the idea, maybe to play c6 in this moment, because now probably white cannot take in c6 with the bishop, because now really this will come with tempo. It's also not totally clear. Or maybe queen d6 immediately.
Yeah, queen d6 immediately.
d6
And then with the idea of c6 again.
although maybe queen takes d5 is possible. It's also not so clear. Because on queen h6 we have and then queen c1. I mean, there are absolutely crazy lines here. Queen h2 and now queen c1 check. Sorry, we really cannot judge this. Okay, let's better look what happens. Queen takes e5. Black took, and now this is obviously the point, otherwise it would be totally stupid. King e7. The king becomes the hero, gets very bold, and intends queen d6, and out of a sudden it seems in the first moment
That the piece is lost.
yeah, it seems that white is in a lot of trouble at first sight, because this king move to d6 looks very unpleasant, but Shu found an incredible idea. Absolutely crazy. She simply sacrificed the bishop, with the idea that now, okay, let's take stock. Now in the moment, black is exchanged and 2 pawns up altogether. But of course, the remaining white pawns are very powerful, and there's a very strong white threat to play the knight to c6. So black played the king to d6. Of course, white plays knight takes f7. Tja.
This is just
We are confused.
craziness.
We are confused. How to judge this position?
Taking the rook. What
Yeah,
else?
let's say black takes the rook. Well, the alternative would be to come back to e5. This might be a drawing line, by the way, instead of knight takes rook.
Oh no. That would be so boring if it ends in a draw now.
What did she
Okay.
play?
No, she took. Yeah.
okay,
I
she
like the fighting spirit.
Yeah, what I want to say is knight e5, because they're being, well, king c5, then also b4 check is possible, and then king b6. If we want with white, we might repeat moves. Funny, no?
No.
But in fact,
But this time it's not sisters playing.
no, no sisters. Okay, in this position, who? Now in the moment, it's equal material in the moment. Hard to believe. It's equal material, and white still has kept his 2 pawns. So in the first sight, one should think that white is better. But maybe it's the active black king that is because of the move, if the white, yeah, knight d2. Crazy stuff. At first sight, I would think that white is clearly better, but maybe this is too
Yeah,
naive.
white also has to protect the a6 pawn all the time.
Yeah, exactly. This is the drawback. If the rook moves away, then immediately the black king can try to gobble up the most important white pawns.
And black can now activate his rook.
Yeah, that's what she surely will do.
Yes.
It's just a question whether she goes to e8 or f8. Okay, let's see.
f8, maybe the knight goes to f3.
Yeah, the problem is in the moment the rook undertakes some journey into the white camp, then in this moment his pawns will become much stronger. They will always dare to play b8, and if the bishop takes a7.
Yeah.
But maybe black will be happy to sacrifice the bishop for the 2 pawns. That's hard to say. But anyway, there's no way for black to, in the moment, to get his pawns. Okay, let's say black plays normal move, rook e8. But on the other hand, there were no normal moves in this game so far, so... And now probably the white knight will move, either to f3 or to b3. But what will be the next black move?
Advancing g and h pawn.
Well, maybe the point is that it's also for white not so easy to make progress. I mean, while white might put the knight to d4 in a way. Oh, I don't know, either knight f3 or b3, I don't know. Okay, let's say knight f3. To make a move, with the simple idea to play knight d4 next. Because I'm not very sure that black wants to change. But even this maybe...
Also changing is interesting.
Yeah, it's not...
And then bring the king to a7.
Yeah, exactly, to block
Very active.
to block the pawns.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what is black's idea basically? It's hard to find a reasonable move somehow. I don't know. So I don't like the black position, I must say. Even though it's probably preparation, but these pawns are so intimidating. Okay, let's take a look at other games because
Yeah, this is like a computer game.
Yeah,
Alpha Zero
absolutely.
against Alpha Zero. We can't understand.
oh, this was also hot stuff. This was our French gambit game, like close to Milner barrier. She played first bishop e3, so even offered a b2 pawn. But I can understand that black didn't want to take this pawn because this even further accelerates the white development of the knight d2. So she played queen h4, h3. Okay, this is the point of because now you see one idea of the knight on h6.
Mhm.
In the right moment, it might jump to g4, and of course, if black can exchange this bishop for the knight, black would be quite happy.
Mhm.
So white spends a tempo here on h3, but now comes bishop b4 with attack at the rook. Knight d2. It's the idea probably to play knight f3 and then maybe rook e2. Knight f5. Probably white will have to take. Yes, she does. Probably knight f3, I guess. Now a3 also interesting. Yeah, because if black takes, this might be quite dangerous for black because these are bishops of different color, but it might be that the white bishop is much stronger. It's not entirely clear though. I mean, if white ever takes in d5, then also the black bishop will be quite good. So this position, and then probably, okay, let's play in a naive way, unless we lose the queen somehow. Short castle.
But I would never take on d5.
No,
I don't want to activate your bishop.
no, I think I did what I meant. Queen d5, bishop c6. Here for sure black has enough counterplay, and maybe even black is slightly better. Also in some moment this f4, f3 might be unpleasant. No, that's surely not what white wants. No, but I think this looks pretty solid for black. I don't think it's so bad.
Mhm.
But I also am not convinced about this move a3 in this moment. I wonder if not knight f3 was better, but to keep and then maybe even to play bishop d2 to play with the knight against the bishop. So I don't know. Here at least and I don't think there's a good alternative to take in d2. Although maybe some trick with f4, no, but theoretically it would be possible. I mean, not that I really believe it, but just to show that there are alternative ideas. At least if white takes in b4, and now pawn takes e3, and rook takes e3, and queen takes b4. I mean, it's possible. Probably black is okay here.
I'm not so happy with my bishop on d7.
Yeah, but if you would be a French player, you know that the bad bishop quite often is a good one, in fact.
Now you
No,
know
but
that I'm not playing French.
No, but of course, in fact, if white
Yeah,
plants
it's-
the knight on d4 and rook to g3, it also might be very good for white sense.
Yeah, it's a beautiful position for the knight on d4.
Well, but I think this line and now simply give the pawn. And I think that black can be quite happy, because if white does not take here, it's not clear why the white bishop, well, maybe in some line bishop g5, f6, but I mean, it's maybe the question where the queen is going. On h5, it's a bit out of play. And going over here, this might be dangerous, because some ideas with bishop f6. Maybe not immediately, but
Queen h5, queen g6. I think it's
Mhm.
okay.
it depends if white can swing the rook somehow over to g3 then, but here in the moment it's not possible because the bishop is hanging. No, but I also think that black is absolutely fine here. Don't think that black does have problems. Okay, interesting.
Mhm.
But somehow I didn't like this decision to play a3 here, I don't know. At least if white is playing for the advantage, but okay. Yeah, what happened with Elisabeth? Some of the things that we expected.
Yeah, and she played h4,
Mhm.
my idea.
Mhm.
But also black played c5
Yeah,
without
definitely.
getting
Yeah,
attacked.
genau. The
That's-
idea is just to play knight g6 and not to lose the c7 pawn.
Mhm.
And now she's just in time to counter with knight g6 without losing this important pawn on c7. Yeah, nice play. But I wonder after c5 whether h4 was the most precise move, because obviously black wants to play knight g6. Maybe here bishop, I would have played bishop f4 here, exactly for this reason. Because now after h4, knight g6. Okay, but also the computer likes it. Maybe the best idea is not to keep the knights, because then you have to kick to play simply knight f3. The computer doesn't like it so much. I would think that now h5 is quite... Okay, but maybe there are other possibilities. Of course, if white changes in g6 and then plays bishop f4. Probably also maybe white is maybe slightly better, but although why, I don't know. I think this should be okay for black. Or maybe queen d6 now.
Then queen c6.
Then queen c6.
Yes.
Probably something primitive like bishop f4. I guess this is pretty equal. Yeah, also engine says equal. But why does the engine does not like knight f3? This gives still has like knight f3 better. Because
I
this
also
push
like knight f3 with the idea of h5.
looks much more dangerous for black.
Yes.
Because what is the drawback here? This looks much more logical here. I don't think that black can play h5. I mean, maybe this is the only counter argument if h5 would be good. Well, it's hard to believe. It's very weakening.
Yeah. I also don't believe in h5.
Because I think then queen
G5. Queen g5 immediately, and after
my idea was bishop g4,
then knight h2. Yes.
Yeah, but that's exactly what black likes. This is the
It's interesting. I would like it for white, but the computer
Mhm.
somehow thinks it's good for black.
Well, because probably after knight h2, then maybe now bishop e6 and the knight is so misplaced here. Or maybe queen d7 and...
Must be queen d7 after bishop e6 a take on h5.
Yeah. So let's try it. Unclear. Okay, but it's a bit too far now the line, I think. Yeah. That's the position. Yeah, now it's a big decision for Elisabeth. Knight f3 is much sharper, I think. After knight takes g6, I think it's rather probable that it might be a draw in the end. And after knight f3, I think it will become a very sharp battle. So this is an interesting decision. Okay. So let's go on. Oh no, sorry, as usual, wrong direction. Oh, this is something for a Grünfeld expert, Mrs. Exler.
What happened here? Let's go back and see what happened.
So we left in this position, and okay, and I thought that if white takes in c5, that still white might be very slightly better. But
queen d2.
queen d2, but of course this is more aggressive because it keeps the game more complex. And this speaks for Dinara's fighting spirit.
Yeah.
Because I think bishop takes c5 is very low risk. The simplified position, and here anything can happen.
I really enjoy it that every woman here has such a fighting spirit.
Absolutely.
No one is playing for draw.
Yeah, rook c1, this is important to free the c-pawn, to strengthen the center. f4, yeah, she's playing in very aggressive spirit. Of course, this is some kind of dream center for white.
Yes.
No, I would think that white is a little better. What you say
I
is
also
Grünfeld
like
player.
it for white. I don't know how
Okay,
black
e6
will
is the
break through.
typical.
Yeah, e6.
Yeah, because black cannot really take in d5 in this moment.
Mhm.
I think after c takes d5, this should be better for white. They dare to push also e5 and kill the black bishop.
No, I would rather go for b5, if it's possible.
Yeah, b5 is of course, this is classically a
And
Grünfeld
then,
move.
yes, and then later take on d5.
Yeah, b5, this is also the move I would like. White, fd1. Although it must be said, white might be threatening to play d6. I don't know how strong this is.
d6,
I don't know.
and then e5.
If it's possible. Of course, it's risky. Maybe on d6, black can play e5.
Yes,
and then
that was my plan.
And white has the option to play f5, but of course, if you lose the pawn on d6, this would be very bad news.
I would definitely go for b5.
Maybe so. There's a queen a5, and I mean, it's very concrete, but okay, let's say queen a5 and b takes c4. I think you should do it, or b takes c4, no? If the b4, c5 is hanging.
Yeah. I'm not sure how to protect my c-pawn late.
Well, probably black has to open up the center then somehow.
Yes.
Probably rook takes c4.
Rook
Also even
takes.
bishop c5 is also. Now probably taking d5, everything. But okay, but rook d5, and white is very active, but
What happens, I mean, if I take, then rook takes d5, it looks good for white.
well, maybe it's not totally clear after queen e7, but yeah, so I like it for white. I mean, but basically Grünfeld was one of my worst defenses in the time when I played it. Was this was one of the few occasions when I had a chance to work with a real top theoretician, with Hungarian Grandmaster Zoltán Ribli, who strongly recommended me that I have to play the Grünfeld defense with black. And of course I agreed and worked for some days with him and learned all the variations by heart. But in fact it's absolutely not my opening, but always when I saw the white pawn on d5, in my dreams I already saw him when the queen on d8, and it kind of depressed me. So this is probably not the right mental attitude to play the Grünfeld defense with black.
I'm more satisfied with Grünfeld. I have to defend it right now. So far I played 3 games, and all of the 3 games were draw against stronger opponents. So yeah, and even though my knowledge about the variations are not very great yet, so it is actually a very nice opening. But also very complicated, yes.
Maybe it's the question whether it's possible to take in d5 and rook d5, maybe queen e8 or something like this. This would be my idea with black somehow to activate, but what does the engine say? Small white advantage, so this is a logical way to play.
Yes.
Yeah, but I think absolutely that Veronica's idea is correct to play b5 in this moment. Otherwise it's very hard to generate counterplay. Okay. Oh, this is also hot stuff. See, white played one of the ideas that I proposed before, bishop b1. And this is absolutely a key idea in this line, somehow to create a battery of bishop and queen. And for me, always when I see this type of battery, I have to think of the white queen as a kind of witch who is riding on a broomstick. And the broomstick is the power diagonal of the bishop. And she's riding on this broomstick into the black camp. So this is my my metaphor. And here the witch queen is threatening here to do a very dangerous attack. And as I said, usually in the last moment, black has to play this defensive move f5 to stop this attack. But of course, it comes at a price, because some black squares will be weakened. And black played rook fd8. That's the other defensive idea. Black puts the knight to f8.
That was my idea. And what do you think is better? Like playing knight f8 and keeping the pawn structure alive, or playing f5 and risking some some weaknesses, pawn weakness and also square weaknesses.
No, but here this looks fine with knight f8
Yeah, I
because
would also go for that one.
no, here it's fine because white is lacking the black bishop. Otherwise, with the black bishop, there might be some sacrifices on h6. But without the black bishop, it's I think it will be hard to break the defensive position. But okay, let's say white. Well, it's hard to say.
Yeah, now you understand what I'm meaning, because it's very complicated to play for white.
Yeah, of course.
There's still a pawn down, and I don't really see what to do.
Most importantly, that black is probably in some moments threatening to free with c5.
Yeah, but
And-
b5 is also weak then.
Well, okay, but this wouldn't be so. Because if black can do this, then c5, then... No, I was even thinking about putting immediately knight into c5 then. I think this is not...
Right
The
now,
computer doesn't like it though.
because you lose a pawn?
Maybe.
Or what's your plan exactly?
Why? I don't think I lose a pawn. Why do I lose a pawn? I do have maybe because the knight can come to d3. Sorry, this is right because this I didn't see. I thought the knight takes c5 is not possible due to queen c2. No, maybe this because... Oh, maybe. Who knows?
But I think there was something better for black in between.
Yeah,
Before, yeah.
at least I don't lose a pawn.
Yeah, take.
I probably has to play knight f8. But my hope is to get a piece to d6 then.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I like this because also the bishop on b7 is not really
Yeah,
great.
exactly. No, that's the
And
idea.
you have the d6.
And I think in a way black will have to play knight f8, but... And if white ever succeeds to put a rook or a knight inside here, then the black position will be very bad. I'll probably knight f8 because otherwise... Now white is a pawn down, but I mean this bishop is very bad. But just the question is for white how to entangle here with this pawn. But maybe white can play in a slow fashion, you know, maybe bishop to e4 now, queen to e3, and then really hoping to invade to d6. And black does have a passed pawn, but it doesn't look too dangerous in the moment. But I think this will be an interesting fight. On the engine, is small advantage for black, but this doesn't mean anything in this type of position. No, but also a very interesting game.
Yeah, totally.
Okay, what do we have here? Okay, this is the most solid game. This looks pretty equal. This was this Queen's Gambit accepted that we left quite some time ago. Quite normal moves, as we also discussed before. Although even this can lead to interesting play. One of the most famous games of all times of Akiba Rubinstein was black in the structure. It was exactly the structure. Who won with black, a brilliant game. I think he sacrificed everything, queen and two rooks, something like this, to give checkmate in such a structure. So it's not always boring. But here in this case, well, this is something like a pawn sacrifice, but not really. Because black, of course, cannot afford to take the pawn in in h2, because afterwards too many things would be hanging. This would be quite a disaster.
Wow.
g3 is threatening, the rook is hanging, this is hanging. So this would be a suicide pawn.
And beautiful white pieces.
A truly poisoned pawn. Now it seems that white has some development advantage, but it's the question how much it's worth. But I still think white should be slightly better, no?
Yeah, always in these positions I have the feeling that it's slightly better for white. A little bit easier to play. That's why I like this. I mean, I'm playing this line.
Yeah, especially if white succeeds to put a knight into c5 or sometimes to
Yeah.
a5. Well, also the black knight, but it's this might be ready here, but it's well controlled by white. Okay, this is very solid move. Maybe white is even preparing f4 in some moment. Just avoiding knight to g4 then. Yeah, also I like white a little better. I think it might be a plan now to play knight. This mouse is a bit... Well, although black can put the bishop to d5 and... it's solid. I think it's pretty equal because it's not clear what white... Usually the problem for black is if white can make use of these two squares and
Yes.
on c5 and or a5, but here, whenever white does this, then black can put the bishop to d5. Of course, white might try something very aggressive with f4, but it's also pretty weakening, and I think it's about equal, this position. At least it's relatively the least exciting game in the moment, but it might change. Okay, sorry, yes.
Yeah, so maybe some words about the format of the tournament, because I saw in the chat that some people were asking. So yeah, there are 4 legs, and each player is only playing in 3 legs. That's why you see some new players now, and that's why you're also missing some other players, for example, Wagner. And yeah, that's how the system is working. So altogether it's actually 16 players, but we only see 12 at one leg, and this here in Munich is now the 2nd leg. The 3rd leg will be in India, and the 4th leg will be in Poland. Also, he's spotless excited for Poland, I guess.
Just popped up.
Yeah, so let's see what's going on in the games, right?
Yeah, this was this gambit game, and we were just discussing this knight move to c5, which does give definitively white some compensation. But instead, white played a move that I don't like too much. Rook a2, and also the engine doesn't like it, as I see. When you just have to look at the bar here, just for all of you who don't know the system. We don't have an engine analysis here, but we see this bar for everybody. And this bar shows the evaluation. If it goes, usually, if it's equal, then the bar is in the middle. And if it goes here down to white on the white side, then the white position is deteriorating. And if it goes up this direction, then the white position gets better and better with the bar. And here it already shows clear advantage for black after rook a2. This move is a bit slow. I don't know what's... I don't like it. I don't know. Maybe in some moment to go to c2, but...
I liked your move, knight c5.
Yeah, I think knight c5 give definitively some compensation before. Maybe black can already play c5 here, I don't know.
Yeah, that's the move here in this position.
Yeah, that's typical move, I mean, because now if black can break free in this position, even if he lose 1 pawn here, but he's 1 pawn up, black can give back 1 pawn and open up. Also later on, this pawn will be very weak. This pawn will be weak, and if this knight disappears in a moment. I think here this went wrong for Dzagnidze. I think she likes to play very hot stuff, but I think here this was very well parried by former world champion Mariya Muzychuk. And I noticed that both Muzychuk sisters have a very classical chess education, which I like a lot. Because many of the younger players, they play very wild stuff, very computerish, because of course they learned with engines. But I love when I see from time to time some players who play in very classical positional style, and this is absolutely how the both Muzychuk sisters play. I played against both of them in a tournament, also sponsored by our big tournament sponsor. One more big thanks to Roman Krulich, of whom you also can see of his properties two of the image films you saw. Roman is a very successful real estate entrepreneur with a very big heart for chess and for people in need. And already 2016 he organized a tournament that we called Beautiful Minds. It was a mixed tournament. Also the Muzychuk sisters played. I myself played. my colleague Gerald Hertneck played. And I had black against both Muzychuk sisters. In those days, of course, 2 French defenses. And in both games, I was totally lost. and, and in fact, I lost against Anna, but succeeded to draw against Mariya. This was a tournament where with white pieces I won nearly all my games, also against our compatriot Markus Raga, for example. But with black pieces, I had some bad defeats.
So maybe French is not the right opening.
Yeah, in the moment, you were the one who convinced me to play in the first time in my life Caro-Kann, which I always thought to be a very boring opening. But I must agree that this was totally unfair. And now we love the Caro.
Yeah, I love Caro-Kann. I'm playing it since I'm a child, because when I was 11 years old, I went to the chess club in Vienna, and exactly in this chess club, nearly everyone was playing Caro-Kann. So I didn't have any other choice. I learned Caro-Kann there, and since then I'm playing it, and I really enjoy it. And now at the moment, it became very popular.
Yeah, very popular.
Which I really enjoy.
Well, basically nobody plays the French anymore. Well, for me, it was in the end of the 80s when I just was about to become grandmaster. In those days, with white pieces, I had big problems to play against the French. And then out of the sudden, I got the idea, okay, let's play it with black and let my opponents show me what's the best way to fight it. But in those days, nobody showed me, and I had extremely good results with black, especially in the French Dinara variation, where I also wrote a book about. And so for many decades, I was really happy with the French defense. But now I think also under the influence of very strong engines, it must be said that the French in many lines, especially the main line with knight c3, is under very strong pressure.
To be honest, I really enjoy to play against French. That's when I'm choosing to play e4 in the first move. Otherwise, I actually love to play d4 in first move. But French is just the best to play against for me.
Okay, but let's go on after the series. I just want to tell about Roman. Yeah, I guess Roman is his big sponsor, and he sponsored already 2016. He sponsored this Beautiful Mind mixed tournament. I think it was won by Vallejo Pons. Nigel Short was second, and I made something like a middle place. But it was a very nice tournament, and now he's the absolutely main sponsor of this tournament.
And also a great chess player.
Yeah, and he's a strong player. Oh, knight f8 is maybe a bit passive for my taste in this moment, missing the chance to play c5. But still, of course, probably black is somewhat better because this... Although maybe now white might jump into c5. No, that engine also didn't like it at all. If you compare the evaluation after c5, black would have given clear advantage for, as you can see here, this engine evaluation. 1.1 is basically 1 pawn unit, is like being 1 pawn up. And this 1.5 pawn units, this is clear advantage. While here, I think now if white plays knight c5, then white, well, also still, no, also, the engine still likes black. But maybe there are better moves, because in the moment this knight c5 is not necessary, because anyway now, with the knight on f8, black lost her chance to push with c5.
Yeah, nevertheless, if you have the chance to get an active position, then it's always good to go for it.
That's interesting.
Yeah, maybe she wasn't sure what happens after queen takes b5. Someone, I don't know.
Yeah, but still, I think the c5, this is a surprise for me, because, as I said, I think Mariya is a very classical, well-educated player, and then I think c5. Maybe white can now consider in some moments some brutal stuff. I mean, maybe first h5. Clamping down a bit the black pieces, and then in some moment even to attack with g4, g5. I mean, it's a bit brutal, but also there are slow ideas, because now without c5 it's not clear how black can entangle. I mean, maybe to play queen e3, play queen f4, and in some moment threatening a knight sacrifice in f6, and who knows? I mean, here, because here it's not clear how black is freeing her position. That is strange to me. I think this is really, even though of course black is still very solid and is a pawn up, but still to miss the chance for c5 is a pity. Okay, at least our opinion. Okay, what happened here?
And it was e5 and not b5?
Yeah, she played e5.
Yeah, why
How do you
not?
like e5?
It's okay. I mean, I would go for b5 because I don't really like it so much if she has a protected pass pawn. But it's okay.
In such situations, I would always be a bit afraid of this positional pawn sacrifice with f5, but maybe it's not that strong here. No, probably it's here is not so. But just to show what I mean, I don't think it's so good here. But the idea would be if I succeed now, well, let's say to start with rook f1, to get a blockade on the white squares and switch maybe the rook to the king side. This can be very dangerous for black. But I guess if black now plays the active move queen e4, it's not so clear. I still can play queen f2, g3, queen f2 and targeting f7 and c5, so it's quite interesting. But of course white has not to do it. But still I like Veronika's move b5 clearly better than e5, I must say. It's e5, I don't know. Or maybe queen f2 in this situation, or rook f1. Okay, just to give it a try, let's say rook f1. Probably black must take in f4, because now it's really a positional threat. If now white would be allowed to play f5, then black would be busted positionally, so probably black must take. Bishop takes.
And now b5?
Now b5.
Yeah. But that's what I didn't want to have, like playing against d and e pawn without having an e pawn. That I don't know. I didn't want to have this position.
Yeah, me neither.
I didn't want to exchange my e against the df pawn.
One might even consider now e5 and d6.
Exactly.
So b takes c4, d6. Hot stuff. I would be nervous as black, but as I said, I'm not the right mental attitude for the...
For Grünfeld.
Oh no, see, white gives clear advantage for white, the engine.
But okay, this position I would also not like.
Okay, well, we didn't like the decision e5, and think that now probably white is at least a little better. As well, after b5, I think it was quite playable for black. But okay. It's a good thing having a Grünfeld expert here.
I'm not sorry.
Okay, it's interesting what happened. Elisabeth played what
Not a free.
the most ambitious move, what we said, and black played the move h5, exactly as we thought, but it's nearly forced because you never can allow here this push. h5, so. Now she went back to e5. This is a funny idea.
Actually, I was also thinking about it for some seconds, but I don't know. I didn't really want to play it, but yeah, it's interesting.
Okay, now this is under attack, and of course black cannot really defend it, so this is probably the idea, because of course g6 is absolutely out of question, because bishop h6 would be crushing, or maybe queen f6 even for now, maybe bishop h6 strong enough.
Yeah, but rook e8, and then exchanging h-pawn against e-pawn.
Yeah, now black has to act quickly, because now it might be a strong threat with the queen. If the queen moves and push the h-pawn. So now it's getting very concrete. It's the question, would you try to keep the rook, so play bishop e3, or... no, h4 is hanging.
Is also hanging. I would take the rook.
Okay, and bishop e3 maybe?
Yes, and then, yes, bishop e3.
Did you also consider rook takes a2?
Not yet.
But probably it's not so good. It's just I just wanted to try whether it's easy to frighten you. My rook a2 is possible, but probably it's not very good. because
Rook d1, and
mhm.
then I try
Yeah.
to attack.
Yeah, this is very dangerous for black. I don't think black can do this.
Yeah, and also your b pawns. They look very unstable.
Okay, sorry, it was just a little joke. Well, of course, black should try to change queens, because after changing queens, I think black basically is out of danger.
And
I mean-
without queens, what would you say? Is it then a draw position?
Yeah, probably it's drawish, because white in some moment will play rook b1 and give the a pawn and get the b pawn, and
Mm-hmm.
maybe even white is slightly better in the structure, but yeah, with rooks on, also with bishops of different color, it can be sometimes pretty dangerous if one side has the initiative.
Mm-hmm.
No, still, I like Elisabeth a little better,
Yes, I also prefer white.
because white has this plan to play the queen at h5, h6. Well, also black always can play queen to g4. Maybe black should start with queen to g4 now. I think if white wants to do something, then probably queen e5, and well, or this other plan to change and play rook b1. But it's hard to believe that white has something here. Probably queen e5 and yeah, and the white queen can go to c7 in a moment. And
Yeah, I'm looking forward to catch the b pawns.
yeah, and the c pawn.
Yeah, afterwards the z pawn, and later the king.
Yeah, because probably queen h4 is too risky when the white queen invades to e8.
I like the position for white.
Yeah, I also think white is slightly better. What happened here? Another position with bishops of different color. Now it looks more peaceful. Where did we leave? We left after... Yeah, black played castle as we expected.
Yes.
Well, now she played
Oh,
the
and
most...
she took.
Yeah, this is well, it's the
Okay.
most solid move. I mean.
Yes, yes.
Well, but we said that black is out of trouble after bishop c6, which is probably true. Now it's clear that white is not playing for a win.
Mm.
I think
Yes.
I even slightly maybe would prefer black here, but I think it's probably it's very drawish now.
Yeah. This should
this
be a
is the-
draw.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
is probably the
okay.
least. Yeah, this is very drawish.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So let's see how long they will keep on playing. I mean, still 6 moves to play until 30 moves rule.
What happened here?
So now the
92.
computer game. Let's see what the computers played here.
That's interesting that now Harika started to think quite a lot.
Oh yeah, because they didn't play many moves yet.
B4 is
B4.
interesting. It's just controlling the squares, and now white has probably the plan maybe to play knight b3 to c5. Yeah, this is interesting
My
idea.
idea was also to play b4 with black before.
Let's play b4 before. Yeah, this looks dangerous for black. No, this knight b3.
Yeah, she spent a lot of time.
Well, I wonder whether black, this is basically will be a piece sacrifice to play something like rook e3. Because of course white can win a piece now with b8, but I'm not sure how good it is. So then white is a piece up, but now black has collected some pawns.
Yeah, the c3 pawn. Pooh. Also very crazy position.
Well, if black can get this pawn also is fine, but here
Yeah.
I don't know, knight f3 and maybe.
I like it a little more with black because I think it's easier to play.
Yeah, so this means after b4, the idea was now to play rook e3. Now it's the question, what's the alternative? Because after knight b3, I think I can take in c3, no? Maybe then knight c5. Yeah, this is an interesting idea, knight b3 and Rook takes c3 and knight c5.
Phew. Later, I just want to sacrifice my rook against this
Yeah,
knight.
probably it will be necessary because in some lines the black king will be in a mating net if the white rook comes to a6. Then
Is it already possible, or are my pawns a bit too slow?
you mean rook takes c5?
Yeah, immediately. I think it's too early, but let's have a check.
Don't really believe it.
I also don't believe it. And now b8, right? Or not?
Maybe I mustn't do it. Maybe I can first come with the king, for example.
Okay, first come for the king.
What I do
Now I
not.
thought about king b6 and then c5. I think then I'm very fast with my pawns.
But of course, the principle is b8 queen. but
Yes. There I was a bit worried about the position.
I don't know, but somehow I don't want to give my beautiful pawns. But of course, this is
Not?
the
But I think that's okay for white. I think now black is not fast enough,
yeah. The white
but
king
it's
doesn't.
crazy.
Yeah, no, it's okay. It's white is now if you play something. If you give this pawn, it's not enough. And
No, king b6.
yeah,
maybe,
yeah, this is.
and to protect all the others, yeah.
Yeah, okay, but no, this is hopeless. If the white king comes, then
Hopeless for black?
Then the 3
Okay.
pawns are not.
Yeah, I thought maybe 3 pawns could be enough. I don't know.
No, I don't think here because there's still pawns also here, and I think so. Okay, but I think white is better here, no? And this is very impressive achievement by Shu. If she was really surprised in the opening, well, we don't know, but now she has even overtaken Harika in time, and probably she's got a better position. I think she handled it very well.
Yeah. And also if we watch in
She
the
looks
video.
also very relaxed here.
Yeah, if we look at the video, then Jiner is very relaxed, while Dronavalli, I don't know.
No, not exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is very unpleasant if you play a preparation for a long time and then it turns out afterwards you land in a bad position, then you feel really stupid somehow.
Yeah. And it's really complicated, this position.
Yeah, but I like this move before.
Yeah, very strong idea.
And we said, yeah, what did we say after rook e3? We said white does not promote immediately, but plays knight b3. This
Knight
was
b3, knight c5.
well, maybe this is even something better than knight c5, because the computer, I think... I can also play knight d4 check, of course.
Yeah.
Then king b6. But then black somehow is totally totally blocked in a way, but I don't see how to proceed. I mean, it's possible, but king b6 and then... It's a very strange position. Rook a5 is the...
Oh, rook a5. Yeah.
Oh no, but the computer doesn't like it at all.
Doesn't like it.
Okay, immediately take it back.
But what else? Because now I would play with like rook c4 and try to get the pawn. So there must be something for white.
Yeah, there must be something brilliant now, because the computer thinks it's close to winning, I think, for white. But if we activate the rook, then we lose the...
Oh, can we play b8, take, then a7, and then with a fork on b5 in the end?
Yeah, but there's in-between
Oh,
check
the
on
in-between
c1.
check. Oh, no.
And there are similar ideas to play rook e1 and then on king a6 to play rook a1, and if black takes in b7, then it works.
Yeah.
Just to show the idea, but I
This
think...
was also my plan, yeah.
But the problem is black plays
G1.
king b6 probably. Okay, just to show the idea. Okay, but...
I think that a game has finished. I think the one game is now draw with the opposite color
yeah,
bishop.
okay.
So maybe we just quickly go to this game.
Okay, but this was not very...
Yeah, I know, but just to finish it.
just the line is so interesting here, but okay.
We can move back to it, okay? Yeah, so
okay, this is
here
clear
in this
drawing.
position, yeah.
Yeah, okay. This is... I think we can quickly switch back.
Yeah. Just wanted to see. So they waited for the 30 moves and then they could make the draw.
So we're here just to show this line. let's simply go to the game position. Ah, black played rook e6. This move I don't like very much. But okay, maybe it's playable. We were wondering about rook e3. But what's the point of rook
It's
e6?
one tempo, rook h6, checkmate.
Ah! Oh my god. This I didn't see. Sorry, you're very good. Yeah, out of the sudden there's a mating threat for white. Incredible. So probably white has to play the cheap.
Yeah, king. And now rook e3.
Yeah, but in many lines it was good for black to give a check in some tactical lines.
Yes.
So bishop f2 renewing the mating threat. No, it's a joke because I think it's not very good after g3.
Always go for checkmate.
It's good against pre-movers in online chess. If you prepare knight b3 or something, and bishop f2 and then. Okay, well, what is black doing now?
I don't know. But you wanted to show a nice variation before, so we can go back and just look at it.
Ah, yeah,
a bit
because
closer.
the point was I was expecting rook e3, said knight b3, rook takes c3, knight c5. No, sorry. No, a knight d4
knight
check.
d4,
sorry.
yes.
Yeah, this was the line. Knight d4 check was interesting. King b6, and now because, gives white advantage, and we did not see exactly how, and one of my dares was rook e1, which is not liked at all.
c6? Is this possible, someone?
I just wanted to show the idea. There was this, and rook a1 check, and if black would take the pawn, then we can play rook takes a7 check and have the knight fork here. But of course it doesn't really work because black in this moment can play king to b6 and... okay, it does work. Maybe simply knight takes b5.
But I wanted to play c6 with black before and avoid this
No, of
line.
course, no, just because you asked me, this was the
line.
Was. No, I agree, I don't think it works really. Just to show some tactical ideas in this line. So after rook e1 you want to play c6.
Yes.
It's funny to see the bar, but this is absolutely computer position. Maybe rook e6 or I don't know. Okay, but anyway, now it's a bit far. Let's just look back to the game.
Yes. So b4.
Yeah, this is sort. Maybe if she wants to check. Yeah, interesting idea. But I wouldn't think it's so good. Because in rook e2 then rook f2, but strange to push the white king to this direction.
Yeah.
Okay, let's say king f3.
I don't really understand.
I also don't understand.
I understand she is now playing for draw.
Yeah, but
she's helping the white king.
Exactly. Because here, I cannot imagine that there's time to take the pawn in g2. So. No, because the knight b3 and this must be crushing somehow.
Yes.
And of course, always white can win a piece with b8 and a7. Just to show, and now white will bring the knight somehow. Knight b3 or something. Or not. So something. Well, of course, and again, maybe here's a good moment to win the piece. Because the black position is so clamped down here. And probably this should be a clear advantage. I don't think that the pawns are very good. And then the white knight is coming. I think these pawns are too slow. Oh, boy, the engine gives a slight white advantage, but probably it can be played better. Yeah, it's strange because I think if white walks over here, king f3, e2, this must be I liked much better this idea, rook e3 to... but of course this is so complicated, this position. These are just speculations. But what is black idea here after king f3?
Another check.
And also the engine gives huge advantage for white, so this is...
Yes.
I think this is rook e6.
But I'm sure she's planning another check on f6 and then moving to f2 and winning the g-pawn and trying something with her pawns.
Probably.
I guess that's the best try in a practical game.
Yeah, I think if she gives white time to play knight b3 and to d4, c5, and then some moment to take the piece with b8 and a7. But it's definitely went wrong, this black preparation, I think.
Yeah.
But very hot game. Very computerish. What happened here? Ah, interesting.
Bishop f4.
f4.
Takes
Is
on
this possible?
f4. I don't understand yet.
Brilliant. I also don't understand. Yes, rook takes f4. Chart, it's embarrassing. Elisabeth is too brilliant.
Yes. But yeah, no, they finished. They finished, so yeah, it was maybe a blunder. I
But the
guess it...
engine,
Yeah, but the game is finished.
but the engine only don't understand anything. Huh?
I guess it was just a blunder.
Yeah, but this is,
No, it's just a blunder.
cannot be.
Okay.
Huh?
So we are also very confused, but we already saw that the players were shaking hands and it's already finished. So Alexandra won the game after a blunder, bishop
Well, but this is
f4.
probably she
I-
overlooked that e8 is protected by
Yeah.
the queen. This is the only explanation.
Yeah, I also think.
Yeah, probably this was total blackout by Elisabeth
Yeah.
because she didn't see that e8 is. Oh my god! Oh, this is really embarrassing. Because here, as we said, after simply changing the rook.
Yeah,
bishop
there's
e3.
no danger. It's
No,
still
definitely
an
not.
interesting
It's
game.
not that white is no.
Yes.
Oh, interesting. Computer prefers black slightly. Strange, but
No.
bishop f4. This is very sad. And to lose a game in such a fashion is really stupid. I mean, not stupid in a. I mean,
Yeah, it's really sad,
unlucky.
yes.
It's very sad. I'm sorry, did not mean as it was. Yeah, very very unlucky. Total blackout. But by the way, I had sometimes had a similar experience. If I won in a tournament, the first game in a very easy fashion, somehow that someone is in the second game somehow I wasn't so focused. It happened to me sometimes.
Interesting.
Maybe Elisabeth had the same phenomenon.
For me, it's opposite. If I win the first game, then I have more confidence and then I'm playing better for the rest of the tournament.
For me, it was the best to win the first game in a pretty hard way that I really had to work and then to win, and then then I was really in the tournament. Yeah, I'm really a lot of pity for Elisabeth. This is really very
Yeah, we're
unpleasant.
very sorry for that.
It was a
And
nice.
it's also not nice to win a game in that kind
No.
of way.
Yes, the question: what is the best way to play with white? Because here the engine gaps. Well, still, I mean, black has the better structure on the queen side, but I cannot imagine that black is better here.
No.
So
Yeah, but after all, it seems that the idea with knight f3 was not so strong as the other idea with knight takes on g6 at the one moment. Maybe we can go
yeah,
back
just go back
to
then.
that. Yeah, here after knight g6. Yes.
And I think that it here at this moment, another line h4 was very good, but here I think that bishop f4 was more precise. Well, maybe not.
I think h4 is okay, but then white should take on g6 rather than
Yeah.
moving back.
Yeah, this was the line we expected. In this
Take and then bringing the bishop. Yeah. Or maybe immediately moving
maybe here's a strong.
with queen or something.
Yeah, or queen.
Queen d6 always queen c6. I don't know.
I might even consider rook b1 in such a
Mhm.
moment to activate the rook. And
Yes.
I mean, there's no yet. But I think that maybe Elisabeth underestimated after.
Or do you think that she also planned to play h5? Like take? No, take, and then immediately h5 with white?
In this moment,
Taking on g6,
Mhm.
taking, and then h5.
but I don't think it really works because of bishop h6. Or
Yes.
okay, but
What are you planning?
bishop g4.
And this doesn't work, right?
No,
After
it's possible.
f3 maybe.
No, it's possible. It's interesting.
Okay. Because I was thinking
Mhm.
about this line.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I would like it with white more than how the
Mhm.
game continued.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this h5 is interesting idea. Maybe black should play in solid way, queen c6, and
And just take.
take with the queen.
Yeah, okay, but then it's at least white can't lose
No, no.
this position anymore, I think.
No, without this blunder, so I don't really think, even though the computer gives slight advantage for black later on, but
Mm,
I don't think that Elisabeth would lose this game.
yeah.
Yeah, this is really very,
Very unlucky.
very unlucky.
And
sad
we are
news.
very sorry for
Mhm.
Elisabeth, but
Yeah.
we hope that she will come back and
Yeah,
be
absolutely.
mentally completely fit.
Yeah, really sorry. This is unpleasant accident, but nothing to be done. This happens sometimes, and also, of course, for the spectators, it spices up somehow if such blunders are possible, even between grandmasters. It's a consolation for many for many blunders oneself does. So
Yeah, it gives some hope also to me, yeah. Because everyone makes blunders somewhere.
yeah, of course, just depends on the number and the graveness of the blunders. Okay, here we left after e5. Oh, she played rook f1. This was the line that we also thought is the most. She took with the rook. I mean, I wanted to take with the bishop.
Yes. Queen d6.
Oh, okay. If black now succeeds to get a blockade on the black squares, then well, probably rook d7, and I mean theoretically also bishop e5 might be. But I think I would just play rook d7 and think here that black is quite okay. If I succeed to play bishop e5, then
Queen f2.
okay, queen f2 is.
But you
Maybe.
can protect it another time with the rook.
Rook c7 must be probably played.
Yes,
Then.
I would have played this move.
Yeah, then I mean, I believe if I can play bishop e5, then I should be reasonably happy.
Yeah. I also like it more when she would have taken it with the bishop on f4 and not with the rook.
Yeah, I think bishop f4 was. Because then I've got this option to play some moment d6 and d5 if it's.
Yeah, and also the queen can't activate, and also the rooks. Like, this diagonal is very strong.
Maybe she didn't like something with rook e8 here. Probably rook c1 or. Yeah, because then probably black can plant in the bishop to d4 with check, because in the moment we cannot play bishop e3 because e4 is hanging. Okay, but it's another game. I mean, it's. Okay, here. Yeah, I played rook c7 instead of rook d7, but it's basically the same, I think. But anyway, I think if black can put the knight bishop to e5, then still the computer likes white better, but I think it will be very hard for white to do something. No, I think there's one basic plan for white to change the bishops. I think if white can change the bishops, then maybe this black squares might be a problem for black then. But because black can mostly. So this means white has to retreat the rook and maybe play bishop f4.
Yes.
with the idea bishop f4 and then on bishop e5, bishop f4. And I think after changing bishops, then white should be a bit better.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is okay. This is probably a good plan. And then queen f2, tripling on the f line. No, this black squares.
I would also like to exchange the bishops.
Yeah, white gives small white advantage, but so
Yes.
okay. No, pity. What happened here? Yeah. Ah, she's still thinking.
Still
So she's
thinking.
This means she thinks to make a draw probably. If she goes back to the H line, what is the alternative then to repeat moves?
No, of course she needs to calculate everything, because if she's playing king f3, then of course there comes rook f2 someone and taking the cheap pawn, and yeah, it's complicated.
Yeah, but white can never be worse. No, I mean,
Yeah, no.
so while this, of course, is not a winning attempt. So for this practical reasons, and this is one of the moments I would definitely play relatively quickly rook f3, because I would never believe I'm in danger here after, even though I'm quite pessimistic normally. I think this. Well, strange.
Okay.
But okay, she has gotten much time, so maybe it's wise in this case to use up a bit time instead of playing too quickly. I think white have quite some advantage here.
I also think so. So let's go to the Zhansaya game, and then afterwards I think it's a good time to make a break.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. So watch Zhansaya's game.
Ah, what happened in this game? This was also interesting. Some strange things happened here. Now white jumped into c5, but it's a question whether it was a good moment, because it's a concrete question if the... This is very double-edged, because if white can defend the pawn, and because then in some moment bishop e4 will happen. Ah, very interesting. Yeah, this is the only counter-attack, because if the knight has to retreat to f8, then black loses the pressure against... oh, and this is very... that's brave, because she says, I'm not afraid of h5. Brave.
Interesting, yeah.
I would be very much afraid of h5.
She played h5, of course.
Yeah, what else? No, obviously after knight c5 she wants to sack the exchange, I guess. And then taking g6. Very hot stuff.
Yeah, so we will check it later after the break, but first go to
maybe-
Zhansaya's.
Yeah, maybe just short, but this is very interesting now.
Okay, you can't get rid of this game. Too exciting for Stefan.
Now also queen e3 is also interesting, but I just wonder whether it's possible to sack the exchange here, but maybe not, because the black queen is invading here. Okay, I don't know, probably queen e3 is more solid here, hitting h6.
I would go for queen e3.
Probably queen e3 is the sober move, but... Oh, and this looks dangerous for black somehow. Okay, you wanted to go to Zhansaya.
Yes.
Oh, what happened here?
So can we go back?
Definitively.
So yeah,
Yeah, this was knight
change
e4.
knight e4.
I don't like this
Seems
very much.
to be a mistake.
I don't like it. Yeah, but knight f3 is not a refutation.
So why don't you like it?
Just intuitively, I don't know. There's something here. White can take in e4 and e6 and rook c8. I don't know what happens then. This looks very dangerous. I don't know exactly what's happening, but... bishop knight f7 is possible. So then maybe it doesn't work. But still, I don't know. I was afraid, of course black is collecting lots of material, but I was afraid to lose one of the pieces in the end.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Like computer gives this as equal, so it's okay. This is, but it's not a refutation, obviously.
I would more think about f4 at the moment.
Yeah, forced. Yeah.
No, I think taking the knight is right, but then maybe
Yeah, but the
play
computer doesn't like it.
also didn't like taking.
Is it different if I take instantly on e6? Interesting. And of course, there are many forcing moves. Like maybe it's the question where to go after f4. Where do you go with the knight after f4? But also the computer
That's
doesn't like
also
it so
not a
much.
good move.
It's
So
strange
what's
with
the
this,
right
with
move?
this engine bar system. Maybe take instantly in e6. Is this a difference? Yeah, this gives advantage for white. I think this basically this idea to sacrifice in e6 is I don't know exactly what's the difference now. After knight f7, there's so many moves, queen g4 maybe, or looks very dangerous for black. Oh yeah, now he gives winning position for white. Don't know why exactly, but
Is it queen h5?
yeah, queen h5 or queen
Not
g4.
then queen f8?
Or maybe or queen g4. What's happening after queen g4? No, that's not. The engine is not happy. Queen h5. If I just take the queen, and I just don't see how to win. Of course I'm stupid here. This is the solution. Take and take the queen, and then play queen g4 in the end.
Ah, yeah.
This is the solution.
And then
There's too
it's
much is
also
hanging.
threatening checkmate on g7.
Yes, two pieces are hanging and checkmate.
yeah.
This is no, just important is that the bishop is protecting c1 because otherwise we would be checkmate.
Yes.
Yeah, I think this sacrifice on e6 was very dangerous.
So what
at least.
was the difference in the move order now?
Yeah, probably
Why couldn't we take in first move on e4?
because yeah, I think we could, but just after knight takes e6, there's a sorry. Knight e4, knight e6, bishop e6, and now probably black should play king f8 or king h8.
And in the other line, this wasn't possible.
Well, also gives some advantage for white. Well, I admit I don't know.
Yeah, okay. So,
let's see here.
so anyway, the sacrifice on e6 was a good idea for white in this
No,
position.
it's about the same, but this was the right solution.
Yes.
I mean, always white can now take the queen, and probably here the pieces are maybe not so strong. So. Of course, it's not totally clear, but maybe f4 and f3. I don't know. But black threatens rook c2 somehow. Maybe queen h5 or. Yeah, the computer gives nearly winning position for white. So I mean, anyway, let's put in the positive side. The sacrifice was a good idea.
Yeah.
But the follow up, but I can understand maybe that she doesn't do it because in the first moment when you see these pieces, they look quite frightening.
They do.
I also wouldn't know exactly what's the right follow up here. There should be some tactical solution, but maybe queen h5.
It's queen h5, and if the knight is moving, then it's queen g4 again.
Yeah, exactly. This was my idea, but
But there's also knight g6 now,
yeah,
which is the difference
exactly.
now.
This is
No, it's not
mhm.
checkmate, yeah. Yeah.
It's
So
very nice.
there
Mhm,
was
mhm.
something,
Yeah,
but
there was
we are
something,
not
but
100% sure. Okay, so let's go back to the game, because also this position looks very good for white.
yes.
So what happened
So what
here?
happened here? She played a okay. Knight
Knight
e4 was not a
e4.
good move for sure. I would prefer bishop d5, for example, or something solid. Then here also, well, yeah, bishop
Yeah.
d5 here. The computer gives small advantage, and these types of position also several games with such a sacrifice in e6. This is always can be very dangerous. Okay, knight e4. No, knight f3. This is too soft somehow. But still, that is an interesting
But
idea.
something happened now.
No, this is interesting. No, but also here I think white is better because this was a creative idea of Humpy here with g takes f3. Okay, she wants to take the bishop pair and she doesn't want to give it. Okay, but now bishop d5. Huh? Why
And
bishop
this
c8?
is the mistake.
I think after bishop d5 she was afraid of bishop b1 probably. This looks also dangerous.
Bishop b1.
Yeah, because now some e4, e5 and
Yeah. As I told you, this position is never boring. In the beginning, it looks like a boring endgame thing, but over something happens, and white has good chances to get some active pieces, like also here in the game.
yeah, here.
Okay, but here the bishops are so passive.
Yeah, this looks very nice for white. Bishop c8 is, sorry to criticize Zhansaya, but this bishop c8 move somehow I don't like at all. Also, white can use the g line later. It's king h1, rook g1. And okay, but maybe bishop b1 now in a moment and pressing against h7. This would force black to play e5 and
Yeah.
then maybe knight c6 and I think this maybe bishop b1. And
Yeah, this everything looks nice here for white. Good pieces.
or maybe start with knight c6 or okay, but maybe now it's really time for the next break. Maybe just to announce some of the films, because two of the films are in German language, although with English subtitles, because they are mainly targeting at a German-speaking public audience, because one of them is about our Munich Chess Foundation that is supporting children in socially deprived areas, mainly also other groups with our chess training to give them life skills that are important. And this is in Munich. And the other one image film is about our concept Königsplan, King's Plan. This is about how to use chess strategies for life. And that's what we're doing in keynotes and workshops, seminars for the government or for big companies, because I think this is a fascinating area and not yet really explored. And we developed a concrete model how to use these thinking strategies for planning and decision making. And of course there are two films about the activities of our sponsor, Roman Krulich, because he's both active in Germany as real estate entrepreneur, but also in Spain on Gran Canaria. He has some very nice hotels. And of course there are some image films that highlight the beautiful Vierjahreszeiten Kempinski Hotel in Munich, and it's always worthwhile to pay a visit if you plan your next trip to Munich. So have fun, and we will be back in 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah.
See you soon.
See you soon. And then it's
I'm joined by Zhongyi. A very nice first game, a win against Jiner. Zhongyi, you're playing the latest tournaments very strongly, good victories in the recent tournaments. What can you tell us about today's game against your fellow countrywoman Zhongyi?
其实前面的时候，我并没有觉得自己有很大的优势，我甚至觉得，因为出子有一些落后，其实我希望能够达成一个比较均衡，但是因为马 F6吃完他 GF 那个棋，可能就进入了一个不均衡的一个状态，但是他可能在就是象 F3吃完了之后的那个结构，我觉得他的判断有一些就是不是很好，那个棋太危险了。他虽然多一个兵，但是我觉得白方肯定是不会差的，肯定是有主动权。或许之前的时候应该早一点后G6对后羿进行骚扰，因为那个棋白方可能不是很敢短一位，但是我也不是很清楚。但是今天这盘棋比较幸运，还是。
Your position was strong and you had a good attack on the king. Did you think you would be able to win the game by this attack?
那个棋后面的时候他肯定是不行了，但是前面的时候，其实黑方有更多的主动权，当然我后面应该是非常精确的，我觉得没有给他什么机会。
Congratulations on a good game and thank you for coming.
Okay.
Möchten Sie auf innovative Weise die Qualität Ihrer Entscheidungen verbessern? Die besten Strategien der Schachgroßmeister nutzen, auch wenn Sie selbst vielleicht kein Schachspieler, keine Schachspielerin sind. Sich vor schwerwiegenden Planungsfehlern schützen. Ihre Intuition bestmöglich in Ihren Planungs- und Entscheidungsprozess einfließen lassen. Oder suchen Sie einfach einen inspirierenden Keynote-Vortrag für Ihre nächste Veranstaltung. Dann haben Sie viel gemeinsam mit Unternehmen wie Lufthansa Cargo, wie BMW, wie E.ON oder der Bayerischen Staatskanzlei. Überall dort konnte ich schon in Form von Vorträgen oder Workshops die wichtigsten Konzepte und Ideen unseres Strategiemodells Königsplan vermitteln. Hat Sie das neugierig gemacht? Dann freue ich mich auf Ihre Anfrage. Viele Informationen sind auch auf unserer Homepage www.königsplan.com zu finden.
I'm with Elisabeth Paehtz. You've just won your first game against Dinara Wagner. You were telling me before about the preparation of the game. Would you like to share your feelings about the pre-game preparation with the audience?
Yes, my coach actually, like 5 or 6 days ago, he prepared me something, and he sent it to me like 3 days ago. I checked it and everything, and then meanwhile, my dad actually also worked on something totally different. And then suddenly, like, my dad said, like, but no, come on, you cannot play now the other stuff. I typed in everything for 3 or 4 hours, and, you know, like, it shouldn't be for nothing. And I said, like, okay, Dad, I will play your stuff. And actually, I basically won the game because of him.
So the opening worked out very well for you. Dinara on move 6 spent nearly 1 hour. What were you thinking? How are you able to keep focused when your opponent is thinking so much time on one move?
Well, actually, in my opinion, it was already a late moment to start thinking, because the move beforehand, Queen C7, according to theory, is already quite crucial. And then actually, and this is the funny part, she played Queen C7 in her blitz game. And then she played actually better in the blitz game, because I think the only thing you can do, and I think she wanted to have something better than this, is to play c takes d4, queen d4, knight c6, take on c6, bc6, bishop f4, and queen b6. She had a game like this. It's like a nice advantage for white, but it's not like crucial. It's still like very good practical chances to not lose the game. But instead she chose something where she actually probably understood that she would have a weak king for quite a long time. Therefore, no positional weakness, but a weak king, I think, is practically speaking more difficult to play. And yes, then actually, probably I could play it even better in some way. But I wanted to play safe because, okay, it's my first game after a couple of months. I mean, my first classical one. And I decided like not to make it too complicated, because I know I have an advantage. I know her king is weak, so I don't need to mess around.
Also a very nice final tactical shot with rook d7. You probably saw that with some moves in anticipation. Was it a clear way to go, or did you see several ways to win? What were you thinking there?
Actually, like, you know, the problem about the whole line was that after queen c5, e5, bishop takes f4, she can play h6. And after h6, I win a pawn and I have a much better ending. I think probably I have to take on e5, she takes on g5, I take on c7. But it's still a game, even though bishop pair, pawn up, bad coordination of black should still be enough for me, technically speaking, to win. But that's why I wasn't sure whether this is the best line or not. But she instantly took on f4, and then, okay, I saw, of course, the motive is rook d7, just I had to work out the move order, that was it.
Congratulations on a very strong performance, and good luck in your next game.
Thank you.
Kinder in sozialen Brennpunkten haben es besonders schwer. Sie müssen oft sowohl mit sprachlichen als auch häuslichen Problemen kämpfen. Wenn vielen von ihnen keine erfolgreiche schulische Karriere gelingt und sie später beruflich abgehängt sind, wird das zu einem großen gesellschaftlichen Problem und birgt enorme Gefahren für uns alle. Wir glauben, dass unser Schachtraining nach allen Erfahrungen der letzten 15 Jahre mit bis zu 10.000 geförderten Grundschulkindern ein wunderbares und innovatives Mittel ist, um hier gegenzusteuern. Unser Königsplan für Kinder fördert auf spielerische Weise. Die Kinder lernen, sich besser zu konzentrieren, sie werden kreativer und sie erleben, wie man vielfältige Probleme flexibel löst. All dies ist kein theoretischer Stoff, sondern wirkt sich unmittelbar positiv auf die schulische Entwicklung aus. Vor allem zeigen wir diesen Kindern, dass wir an sie glauben und geben ihnen damit den Glauben an sich selbst. Und das ist die allerwichtigste Gabe für ihre weitere Entwicklung. Um all dies fortzusetzen, benötigen wir Ihre Unterstützung. Mit 150 € können Sie ein Grundschulkind über ein ganzes Jahr hinweg fördern. Unsere Personalkosten werden von unserem Stiftungsgründer Roman Kulich getragen, sodass Ihre Spende voll und ganz in diese wichtigen Projekte fließt. Dafür im Namen der Münchner Schachstiftung und natürlich unserer Schachkinder ein ganz großes Dankeschön an Sie.
Welcome back to the very exciting time travel period.
Yeah, at least some of them are in time trouble.
Yeah, 2 games are already finished. We have 1 draw and 1 win. So,
Yeah,
Stefan.
but very unlucky loss for Elisabeth, who in
Yeah.
about equal position had a total blackout, which happens to the best of us sometimes.
And what's your most favorite game so far from today?
Hard to say. There are many interesting games. I think the game that is still going of Mariya Muzychuk with black is quite interesting against Dzagnidze. But this, of course, is also of Humpy Koneru with white pieces. And yeah, there were some decisions of black we didn't like so much in the last moves. And here it is what I expect, e5, and now I expected knight to c6. But in fact, maybe rook c6 also looks quite interesting. Because now the threat is to take simply rook takes f6 and then give checkmate on h7. And if black plays bishop e6, then probably we can simply, I guess, we can simply take on e5. I mean, so probably rook c6 is also a very nice idea. Yeah, I think this went totally wrong for black, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't like the position. So, what can black do now against this threat? Rook takes on f6.
One might play as a prophylactic move rook b8. Because now after rook takes f6, we can play e4. I mean, not that I'm really convinced about this, but no, it doesn't look good, because maybe just queen c3 now and...
Oh yeah, and another checkmate threat.
But it seems... Yeah, it's a big, at least it's big advantage for white. So, but I think black basically is crushed after rook c6.
Very beautiful move.
Yeah, very strong. Or the knight c6 was also strong enough, I think, and then white wins the pawn. But here probably white wins even more. Yeah, what else to do against rook takes f6? Good question. I don't know. Well, yeah, bishop e6 is possible, but then after bishop takes e5, there's the same problem. Maybe then bishop c4, but I mean the position is it's very bad. I mean, no.
Yeah, but I think still the best way to play.
Maybe now rook d8, but also a6 will be lost. And that's
And Zhansaya already played a move, so let's check what she did. And it's queen d7.
Okay, queen d7 I didn't see, I must admit. That's the question how much it helps. But it's interesting because it hits h3.
And Humpy only has 3 minutes left.
Interesting. Yeah, queen d7 is clever. I must admit I didn't see it. Probably the only move, because otherwise it would be totally lost. Now is the question, can white give the h3 pawn? Let's say queen c2, and then on queen h3 bishop takes e5. But of course it's not absolutely not as clear as it used to be then. And with little time, this is a tough decision now. Especially if, in case you didn't see queen d7 like me. Or because there are lots of interesting moves, but it's not, at least it's not obvious to me. Well, I guess it must be queen c2 or queen c3, and to give the pawn on h3.
Yeah, I would also give the pawn.
But f3 is also hanging. This is the unpleasant thing. That's what I'm okay. Let's see queen c2. Oh, the engine doesn't like it at all. Even gives clear black advantage. But it shows.
Yeah, because of queen d7 now.
Because now this knight will be very strong in e5.
At least easier to play.
Yeah, definitively. But I guess she just overlooked, like me, queen d7. This is a very clever move.
Very clever, yeah.
Now she played h4. This is okay, but this is very, very good move.
But why couldn't she play bishop takes e5? I mean, it's also taking a pawn and threatening on f6.
One might take on d3 and h3 with the bishop. Because this to give the bishop on f6. So this would be the idea.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, you can win a pawn, but then this double pawn and black has got the two bishops. And
Yeah.
I think this is not so convincing. But h4 is an interesting idea. Just not to give the h-pawn.
Yeah. And only 2 minutes left for Humpy.
Yeah, that's exciting.
Very. But still, I would really like to go to the other game so
Yeah,
that we
of course.
don't miss anything important now in the time trouble period. And I especially think that the game of Jiner is very interesting.
I prefer this one.
You prefer the other
Okay.
one.
Yeah, but of course you can decide.
No, it's okay, then we stay with this.
Yeah, we left when in this moment, and we said yeah, queen e3, hitting h6, and of course black has to play. Well, might play g5, but this would be very dangerous because of this diagonal. If black plays g5, so played king g7, and white played very interesting move rook d2. This is a very interesting idea, because the point being, if I see it correctly, that rook cd8 fails to rook takes c5. This is a very important point. Well, although it's not entirely clear.
You can take everything.
Take, check. But in the end, it looks very dangerous with the white queen coming. But maybe it's just playable for black, although the bishop is so bad.
Yeah.
But maybe it just keeps. I mean, the white does have move like queen e7 or... Looks pretty dangerous for black, but maybe it's playable. Yeah, Stockfish says it's okay.
0.0.
But for human beings, it looks very frightening. I mean, the crucial point is that the black queen is still keeping an eye on the g6 pawn. This keeps black alive. Otherwise, black would be dead lost.
However, the poor bishop on b7, I don't like it so much.
Yeah, because, for example, let's say, I don't know, bishop c8, or what's the idea of bishop a6? Or I don't know. Okay, let's see bishop a6.
Yes.
But then, oh yeah, you see, this is very losing move, for example. I think queen f6 check. And I want to go on something with knight h4 then.
No, can we go back? I think knight d4 here in this position.
Knight d4, yeah, very good. Yeah, this is the drawback of bishop a6, because this one is unprotected. Yeah, this is crushing. So this means after probably must play bishop c8.
Unpleasant.
But even though it looks very dangerous for black.
Okay.
I just see a funny idea, I don't know whether it works. I'd follow the following idea: queen f6 check, and then king h7, then knight g5 check.
Okay, that's really nice.
H g5, h6,
H6.
king h6, and queen h8 mate. Yeah, but it just shows that it's extremely dangerous position for black.
Yeah. Okay, anyway, she played rook c8 in the game.
Rook c8. It looks very shaky for black, I don't know. Very shaky. Well, this is just prophylactic move, of course. Then now rook d5 after cd, so the rook. Just to explain, I don't know. Maybe it's just keeping, but how's the time? Okay. Dzagnidze is about 12 minutes, and I think she's a very dangerous tactician and attacking player. And Mariya does have 6 minutes, and I don't think she's really happy in this position. It looks so shaky, the king's side. Maybe there's a move like queen f4, and so I don't think black really wants to play g5, but
Okay, but now I really want to see the game of Jiner.
oh, sorry.
Before we miss something, it was very interesting.
Yeah, this is true. Yeah, also several moves happened. Now she decided the king is attacking. This is a true
King
king's
f5, yeah.
attack.
More active
Knight
than
d3.
we were planning, because we
Yeah,
were
because-
planning to put it on d3.
Yeah, just recently when I saw it on a screen in the refreshment room, I did that in some lines the white king might intend to go to c8, which might be very dangerous for black, because then if black has no check on the last rank, then black is
Yes,
crushed.
interesting. And she has 20 minutes more, like
Ah,
about.
It's already approaching,
Yeah.
you see, but also the chance to gobble up the black pawns here. And now rook e3, this was the move that we wanted to play a long time
Yeah,
ago.
but now the king is very
yeah.
active.
Yeah, that's a bit strange. Yeah, that's also the reason why now. Before it was, it shows absolutely winning position for white. To drive the white king here in the black camp. It's a very strange decision.
Oh
Because,
yeah. Rook a5 came now and
because
looks crushing somehow.
they're being now next move, knight d4 check, and
So she played king b6.
funny position.
What about knight d4 now?
Oh, well, only move c6, I think.
Yeah.
That's the question, whether maybe also knight c5. It's strange. Yeah, I know, I like knight c5, of course.
Knight c5, yeah.
Because now the idea is if black would take in c3, then we queen, take a7.
And checkmate
and
on
checkmate,
a6.
yes. So this means after knight c5, black has to play c6. And here white can win a piece, but it's not entirely clear. Probably should be better for white not to win the piece, but it's not entirely clear.
I
So
think there's something better.
probably not just to show the idea.
Yes.
Because at least the black king now has to go back, because on d7 he would be mate, and on b7 he would be mate. So black has somehow to play king c8. But I think also this must be clearly better for white. I mean, yeah, also the engine shows big advantage. So I think this would be a simple solution, so to say.
And they also played knight c5 and c6.
Ah, okay. Now it's interesting whether she will play the line. I think it's clear advantage, but I mean, maybe the computer indicates there should be something better than this line winning a piece with b8 and a7. And it wouldn't be surprising, because the black pieces make such a strange impression. And in the moment I don't really see. I mean, maybe it's time just with the king to take this one, I don't know, but then probably black will start running with his pawn. I mean, this is the only good thing for black, that now the white king cannot stop the pawn, so there must be some action before. But do you see any idea besides of b8 here?
No.
Because the white rook on a5 looks a bit stuck. And knight d7 check, king c7. I don't see why it's an improvement.
No. I like the idea.
I think b8 must be played. But the computer doesn't like it at all. But
And
why?
if we first take the g7 pawn, so that it's only
Mhm.
one pawn left for black.
Maybe. No,
Hmm.
also not.
Still.
But I'm not convinced about this engine, to be
Yeah.
honest. Because I don't see another option. Maybe retreating with the rook, but this can't be the... No, but black will take in c3 and next move, and... Sure. But I don't know how strong is this engine, so I mean...
Yeah, it says Stockfish 11, but you never know how deep it's
Mhm.
calculating.
In the
Okay,
moment
it's
it shows
the
totally winning
18.
position.
Okay, it's at least not so bad.
Ah, we already moved 40, so of course they've got lots of time to think
Okay,
now.
so
Mhm.
check other games, because
Mhm.
I think there are some interesting ones with
Yeah.
time travel.
Yeah, sorry, I just was so fascinated by that question, what other idea White might have here.
I think we will still have a lot of time.
Mhm.
I guess that White will think for a long time now.
Ah yeah, this was the Dinara game against Anna. Yeah, black. Anna took up a very solid setup. Ah, okay. I just said solid. This moment g5 is coming, but f5. Okay, this is a bit... why did she play f5? I expected rook... Ah, rook c to... Ah, sorry. Rook c to f7 was not possible because c5 is hanging. This was the reason, yeah. So then g5, of course, was strong. And so this then maybe f6 is a mistake in this moment, isn't it?
What else?
But yeah, but black is passive. I mean, this is okay. G5 is very principled attacking move. Okay, and f5. Okay, so probably white will take, no?
Yeah, I would take.
So probably rook takes and pawn takes. Okay, let's say pawn takes. This is more flexible. Rook takes. Of course, okay, black can get this pawn afterwards with check, but I think it won't make black happy.
Yeah, and the black king doesn't look so well.
Okay, if black doesn't take, she's just a pawn down, so... And now king h1 probably, on king g2 there would be...
King h1.
Although also because this is not really, probably queen g3 is... Because the mating threat. But okay. It's king g2 in some lines, the rook can go to h1, but... I see, maybe king g2 is more precise, but... yeah, exciting position. It's not entirely clear, of course. Probably bishop e5 back, or... Oh, this was a mistake. The engine indicates. But at first sight, it's not entirely clear then. I was thinking something with g6, or but... And rook g1, but then it's rook g7. Ah, maybe then queen c8 check. I was thinking about this idea g6, but I can show the idea. I don't think it's so good, but the idea would be just... Ah, no, it's rook h7 check, h7 check coming now. Sorry, otherwise it would be interesting. This I didn't see. Did I? But I think for some reasons I think that king g2 is more precise here.
Yeah, okay.
because queen g3 is not really an option, because now there's the mating threat on f8.
Yes.
And if black retreats here, then it might be here. Interesting, gives totally winning position for white.
Okay, I know that you're very interested in this game, but I read in a chat that Zhansaya has a counter-attack, so maybe we should go to this game, and also
Okay.
Humpy doesn't have much time left,
Okay, sorry, you're
so I
totally
think
right.
this might be the most interesting at the moment.
Which one?
Zhansaya against Humpy, yeah.
Okay, queens were exchanged.
Rook b6.
Maybe the rook is trapped now with knight d5 and bishop c8, no?
Yeah, I don't understand rook
Yeah.
b6. But okay, it's time trouble.
No, it's a blunder.
Everything's possible.
It's just a blunder. The rook is trapped. Strange, because it's not very surprising somehow. It's been
Okay.
okay, now black is clearly better, of course. Change in this open position, and white just a double pawn. I think probably it's totally lost.
Yeah, already the second blunder in this round.
Yeah, this is a blunder
Interesting.
round. Yeah, how was the position when she blundered?
Better for white.
Well, probably she can just retreat with the rook. I mean, or just rook c1, and because in rook c7, there's, well, maybe also, no, maybe this might also lose the rook somehow. But just rook c1. And
It's weird.
yeah, very weird.
I really don't understand why she was playing rook b6.
No,
I mean, especially in time trouble.
no,
then
but
it's
if
too risky.
well, but if it's not knight d5 and bishop c8, then it's a good move. I mean, of course the rook is very active here, and
Yeah, but it's obvious that knight d5 is coming.
naja, okay.
I don't know, but for me it's obvious at least.
Yeah, yeah. This is also surprising. This is unlucky for Koneru, because she had big advantage probably before
Yeah,
in several lines,
yes.
and to
And
lose
the
such a
taking
game.
on e6 was very interesting, yeah.
Yeah, this was probably already very strong, and also later I think she had advantage with the double pawn on f3. Yes. Yeah, this is a strange round. Okay.
Okay, so maybe go to the
I
Jiner
think, but
game.
this is very hot here.
Oh, this one also? Okay.
What happened here? She played rook d4. Interesting. Okay, and now the situation, black is a pawn up, but the king is very shaky, so this is typically a very interesting position. Something with queen g3, or but still probably after knight f8 the black defenses are just holding. So this might be roughly equal. Okay, but this, I admit that the ginger game is wait a moment. It happened as we thought. And now it's the question whether black can take in h2 and go back to e5. Here let's just take a small look, because I didn't know white's totally winning for white. It says it's totally winning. Queen e6 check. Is this ending so bad for black? Rook e7.
Bishop takes c5?
No.
Yeah?
Oh yes. Oh yeah, my God, I'm totally blinded. Yeah. Yes. You're the best. Yes, bishop c5 is totally crushing, but also with the king on h1. I just didn't see there's a check on f7. Of course, this is very good. Yeah, then black is totally busted. And at least winning the queen. Maybe it's also checkmate, but
Yeah. Bishop takes h2 happened. So it looks very good that Dinara will win this game.
very cool. Yeah, that probably she also didn't see bishop takes c5, because otherwise okay, but if she doesn't take, it's also a bit sad. I mean,
Yeah.
If she doesn't take, then
Yeah, the
white.
position is already very
Mhm.
bad.
If she doesn't take, then white can just play h4, h5, and it's also quite depressing. So I can understand that she took then. The question is there now an alternative to bishop e5?
Not really.
But this is, I must say, this is not an advertisement for the Grunfeld defense. Okay, but black should have played your proposition with b5, of course. Yeah, I think this e5, I didn't like this position, and this was not a good positional decision, I think.
Yeah.
So how's the time? Oh, it's interesting. Oh, only 1 minute now. Not as exciting what's happening. If Dinara keeps her cool, then she can make an important point and come back into the tournament.
Yeah. And she looks very cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think a move happened.
I'm sure she knows that she has a winning position.
Maybe b6 to strengthen c5. If you see the problem.
I think she played b6, yeah.
Oh, very good.
Mm-hmm.
Because this showed that she saw the trick.
Yeah.
Very good, very good. Yeah, she's a very strong tactician, Anna. Yeah, I think this is the best chance because this bishop c5 was really totally crushing.
What to do now?
Yeah, because the engine gives winning position for white. So.
Is it a good idea to exchange the bishops?
Yeah, I thought about it, bishop f4. But somehow... Well, there might be some ideas in some moment to play g6 to open up, but... Or if you succeed to get the bishop on the long diagonal before black can play bishop e5, this is also...
Yeah, but we can't.
Naja, it's not so clear if you play bishop d2 and bishop e5 and then rook e1. Be also unpleasant for black then. Just to show what I mean, probably there are much better ways to play, but bishop e5 and rook e1. Because in rook e7 we have check on c8, and I thought this might be quite dangerous for black then. And then go back to f1, and this is... it's just not... but it's probably not the strongest way to play. But just to say that even such an improvised ideas can be pretty dangerous for black. But it must be admitted that bishop is not so intelligent here on e3.
That's why I wanted to exchange it.
Yeah, I think also after bishop f4, white is better. And sure, but computer
doesn't like our move. Yeah, not so easy.
Yeah, this maybe should stay a little here because the other game has reached move 40 already there.
Okay.
Or we go back to her sister. For a short while.
Yeah, because they didn't have the 40 move
Yeah,
yet.
exactly. Here's more. This is also very exciting. So what happened here? She sacked another pawn.
Yeah, can we go back so that we see how this happened?
Something strange happened here. We left knight d7. She played bishop e4. Okay, this is amazing. And and she took on e5. That's also what I would do, to be honest. Queen g3, queen f6. Exactly, that's what I would do. Rook e1. Well, under idea is understandable. She wants to play bishop b1 and then crush through to e6. But probably black should play rook e8, and then that's what I would play in time pressure at least.
Yeah. It's already 3 pawns up for black.
Yeah, but it's only a small advantage for black. But of course, still there are many tactics in the position. It's pretty dangerous.
She played knight f7.
Okay, of course, she can also play knight f7 first. It's not afraid of some ghosts taking on g6 and e6. That is probably okay for black.
Mm-hmm.
If there are no tactics for white in the moment, then. And it's 3 pawns. This is yeah, okay. Okay, but I think the other game is even more interesting. Ah, she plays in a slow way. Now she might play a5, hoping for B
Yeah.
to play your trick, and if not, then to push the pawn to a6. I mean, so no, I mean this is.
Yeah, why
But
not?
maybe a5. Your other idea, b5, would be interesting because afterwards d5 is hanging with check.
Yeah.
And what does the engine say? It still says completely winning for
Plus
white,
3. Phew.
but we don't know exactly why. Maybe rook e1 to. So I want to put pressure also in the now, but then rook f7. Strange. Yeah, what's about to set there? a5. No. I'm really curious what she will do. Ah, she played bishop f4. Oh, I think this is a solid idea. I think after changing bishops, of course, white is better. But
And with the bishops on the board, I didn't see how to break through.
yeah, no, it's good.
But now there are ideas with the rook.
Yeah, then maybe we stay there to rook e4, e6. Or
Yeah.
and also there are tricks now because in rook e7, I think white can play queen f8 check then.
Okay, they exchanged. Rook takes back
Um,
like we expected. Yeah, but Anna is really in time trouble. I mean, also Dinara doesn't have much time left, but at least a little bit more.
but what are the concrete threats now? Rook e4 is the threat, or what is the idea?
Yeah, I would play rook e4. Or do you think then rook f7 or something?
Yeah, I thought rook f7. Yeah, this was the reason why I was not sure about changing bishops, because I did not see so clearly what's the threat. But she played queen e7. Okay, now maybe.
Queen e7. With the plane of queen f7 after rook e4.
I wonder whether g6 is not very dangerous now. Queen e1, rook f1. So what g6 now?
Check on e1, check on h4.
Yeah, but I thought then king g2. I thought that this is very dangerous for black, but okay, it's easy to speculate here if you're not playing the game. Yeah, what else? Rook e4, but then queen f7 maybe. This is very hot.
And she made a move. And it was king g2.
g2.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit lame.
Yeah.
Maybe my impression is it's just a general engine evaluation that this position is huge advantage for white, but it's for us human at least it's not clear how to prove it. I think still that g6 was an interesting move here, but even though the computer doesn't like it, but
Queen e8.
oh no, it's well, there are 30
Plus
seconds
7.
plus 7. Oh my god.
Okay.
D6 probably, no?
Yeah, true, it's d6,
D6.
yeah. Yeah, of course, d6, huh?
No,
Okay.
no, queen c6 check. Oh no, but
Then
rook e4. No, this is...
fucking.
This hot stuff. I mean, now it's... Well, there are 30 seconds increment with each move, otherwise it would be already the time extremely extremely dangerous. But white's totally winning for white. Maybe this ending of the queen e6 check is lost for black then. Look at this. Because the white king is cut off. What's about this?
Yeah, exactly, that's true.
Because
The
rook
game is
e7,
now
rook
winning.
f6. And now my king is coming, and
Mm-hmm.
I think
Phew.
this is totally lost for black.
And she played d6.
Oh, maybe it's possible. We thought that queen c6 is the problem. We thought queen c6, but... Yeah, this was the reason, but I think queen e6 check was probably winning ending.
Yeah. Would be very sad if she missed the victory now after such a good game. Yeah.
Yeah.
Queen c6.
Of course, black has no choice. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, this is a pity. I mean, good for Anna, but pity for Dinara. My feeling is that she did not see queen c6 check, because otherwise...
I also didn't see it in the first moment. Yeah, now both are down on only seconds. That's crazy.
So can black simply take in d6?
Yes. I think so.
Yeah, she just took it.
Yeah.
What a
The
pit-
queen is protecting everything. f8, f6, also
Yeah,
e5.
yeah, exactly. Rook e8,
Like
king
every
g7.
check is protected.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And now the white king is very open. So now white must be careful.
Oh,
Oh, this is very unpleasant for after the first loss, because really I think this ending after...
yeah, especially if she goes into the ending, then there is nothing. She can't lose.
Yeah, absolutely. And
It's only,
absolutely black has to do something, because if the
Yeah.
king is coming,
I guess it's
the engine
just
gets
winning.
+2. I think it's
So it
totally
seems there
over.
was something better, even that we didn't see.
Yeah, but it's
But
enough, I think.
Yeah, I would go for this ending.
Yeah,
and
because the king is
be
cut
sure.
off.
Mm.
Maybe she will have to play something with king g7 and h6, but it's
Okay, so
pity for
let's see the game.
Dinara.
rook f4, oof. And now it's changing.
Yeah, no, white just lost an important pawn. And
Yeah.
the king has opened up the d-line. Oh my god, poor Dinara, this is a disaster. Oh my god.
Probably not a good day for the Germans.
No.
Ouch.
Okay, let's look back to them. Okay, here's clear that black has the advantage now. And
Yeah. Oh no, I think black will win.
oh, what happened? No. Huh? Sorry, I'm just slightly confused here. What is going on here? Very wild stuff. And the time. Okay, a brief look. What happened here? e5, knight f3. Well, black is 3 pawns up, but it's strong pressure. Oh, queen takes a5.
2
Queen
pawns
c7
up.
check. Very tricky.
Mm-hmm.
And probably queen takes b7. Or, oh no, she takes here. Okay, now it's only 2 pawns down, and 1 pawn will get back, so it's... Yeah, this looks like some
Chances, yeah.
compensation. Probably queen b6, or... Or would you? Yeah. You would never change queens here. Did to come back to e3. No, now with black I would be nervous, I must say.
But it's only one move left, and then
Mhm.
it's 40 moves. So maybe
Yeah.
she is just giving a check on d1 in worst
Mhm.
case.
Okay, so let's look this the game in. Oh no, this was the last round. This guy, she took the piece. But black is better now. Incredible. When we left, we thought it's winning for white.
Can we move back a
Yeah,
little
of course.
bit? Back. Okay,
Yeah,
so it
this-
was now c5, c6, and I was
Push.
thinking about
When she played b8 queen, this is what we thought to give white advantage,
Yeah.
but maybe it was wrong.
bishop takes.
But here it was the point that we didn't know what's the alternative. Do you
Yeah, I
remember?
know.
Huh. There must be some crusher, because it gives here
+3.
totally winning position for white. But what can it be? We're somehow blinded. D7. Maybe fall back with the rook and it's about rook a1 simply.
But why?
The idea is to play rook to e8. But it's not very convincing. Yeah, fascinating. Everybody who's got the engine probably is laughing about us. I'm sorry, but
Yes.
but in fact, without engine, it's what can it be? Okay, but let's look what happened, because just speculations. She decided to take the piece, and probably I would also have done this because I
Yes.
didn't see an alternative. King d6 is possible. Sorry, I thought that there's a big difference. I thought the black king has to go down. I thought it's mate on d7. But in fact, the black king can go to e5. Yeah, this is a big difference. Now then it's really not clear, at least. Yeah, okay, nee, dann. Okay, now the game might end in draw. Although the engine says black is slightly. But most probably it will end in draw. What do you think?
Is there an alternative for black to keep on playing?
Well, maybe d4 and I don't think so. No, I think the white pieces are very strong, isn't it? I think I would take a draw with black. What do you think?
I don't think so.
You would not take a draw?
No.
Okay, then you must make a move.
Oh,
Or maybe h5.
h5. I would go for h5.
Okay. Okay. Taking c6. h4.
h4 or rook c4. Not sure. h4 first. And now, after rook h6, then rook c4. Yeah, but why not keep on playing
Yeah,
with
okay, that's
black?
right.
I think there is no danger for black.
Probably I will push you back.
Yeah, then I have to move with the king.
d4.
d4, but then you can take the pawn.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I was wondering.
Why
but
not
then
d6?
Okay, but then you have to go. You really want to go back to c7.
In worst case.
But now it's even not a threat to take here.
Okay.
I probably can approach the king and. Oh, see now slowly, I'm getting the advantage.
I can never take this pawn on before.
Mm.
I
Yeah, okay,
really
but
want to
it's-
take it, but
That's
it's
too
not
far,
possible.
but still the real interesting moment is how she missed how it's totally winning here for white.
No
It's the
idea.
miracle. The rook is totally stuck on a5 and my idea to bring it back is much too slow.
So it must be something with the knight.
Yeah, I thought about knight d7 check, but after king c7 I didn't.
Yeah.
This must be stupid, knight d7 check. No. Yeah, this is
No, it's not the
absolutely
right
nothing.
move.
But there are not so many moves. Maybe rook a3 first. Don't know if it is clever for some. Because in d4 then I can play the whole stuff and take the pawn in the end.
What about knight e6, king e7, king d7?
Okay, that's cool.
I don't know.
No. Okay, last try, rook a3.
No. What about d4 now?
Yeah, on d4 now I
Is
want
it
to play.
possible?
Now I want to play the whole stuff.
Now you want to go for it, okay.
Now I want to go for it.
Uh-huh.
And in the very end, I will take the pawn in d4. Brilliant, no?
Okay, so
Now I can have a winning
unfortunately
position.
we don't see a solution. We don't know.
No, but
Where's
at least
the
on
winning
rook
line?
a3, d4 is refuted.
Yeah, okay. But for example, g5.
This is the problem. But I was sure you would play d4.
It was only my first try.
Okay, let's go back to the other exciting game. Yeah, that's bad news for Dinara. The pawn down and her king is kind of more exposed than the black king. Yeah, very unpleasant. But of course she's still alive. I mean, it's not the end of the world. So, but I think the other game is more interesting.
Mm-hmm.
This one.
Yes.
Is this the final position now? Yes.
And in the 40 moves, she gave a check just to gain another 30 minutes and have more time to think about it.
No, but it's hot stuff. I mean, anything might happen here, in my opinion. Probably knight e5. Or queen f6.
And only one pawn more left.
Yeah, exactly. And knights can be very tricky beasts in such situations. Probably queen f6 or queen g5 even. Oh, computer gives equal. But I think here anything can happen.
Yeah, I agree.
I would not even know which color would you prefer.
Whew.
Ah, this gives clear advantage to black, so it's obviously it should be black, but maybe queen f6 is more precise. Or queen d6 we can pin. Because if white plays f4, I think this is not what she wants. And next move to play c5 to activate the bishop.
Yeah, as soon as the bishop is activated, I definitely prefer black here.
So if f4 and then c5 and then out of a sudden it looks very nice for black. Okay, what other alternatives to knight takes c5? Rook takes c5
Rook
looks.
takes.
It doesn't look very logical, does it? I don't think so. This must be bad. No, I think this must be better to keep the rooks on. This is clear advantage.
By the way, someone in the chat wrote for us, because we didn't see how Jiner could win, that the idea of rook a1, rook h1, and then like getting all the pawns from black
Okay.
on the king side is the winning attempt for
okay.
white.
Okay, I must take a thank you. Thank you, dear friend, for solving the mystery for us. So here, so this was my proposition, rook a1.
Yes.
But after rook c3,
I don't know, it was in the chat. I'm not 100% sure if it's right, but
no,
it
rook
was in the
h1.
chat. Yeah, like the idea, putting the rook there and catching all the pawns.
Rook h1.
I don't know if exactly in this position here. I don't believe so.
No. No, my idea was rook e1, but this is what we analyzed before. But you told me that you don't like it, and so.
I didn't. I'm only telling what I can read in the chat, so I'm not 100% sure that everything is correct.
Maybe rook g1. No. Yeah, but what
So
else?
it's still a mystery.
Sure, unfortunately, mystery unsolved yet. It gives +2 here still, so rook a1 was not so bad, but there's also certain logic because the rook on a5 is totally stuck. It only otherwise makes sense with this tactic with b8. But what else than rook e1 here? I mean, this is... Sure.
Oh,
Maybe come with the king now.
king now.
Yeah, to approach with the king now. This is probably the idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, now with the king. Finally.
Yeah, my knight e6 before was a bit too slow, but now we have time for
yeah,
our
to
king.
wait for rook c3 and then to come with the king. Yeah.
Yeah, clever.
Because already very early I said that in some lines maybe the king goes to c8.
yeah, so we have the answer. So thanks.
Yeah, very good. So rook a1. Okay, and the point is probably for this reason black may not take in c3. This is the real point. And now if black cannot take on c3, and then probably there's really time to come with the rook, and the black rook has to stay here to keep the white king cut off.
Yes.
Okay, but
Nice.
it's very difficult. This is really study-like. Okay, thank you. So we
Yeah, thanks a lot.
okay, let's
for
say
your help in the
h5, and
chat.
now probably rook
And
g1 or something like
yeah.
this.
Rook h1 or
No,
g1.
this is also
or
wrong.
it's not easy.
It's really study-like. I mean, so rook h1 maybe. No. Yeah, but what now?
Okay. At least in the chat, he said that the Leech's engine liked his idea with rook a1 and rook h1. Okay, we like rook a1 with the idea of rook takes c3 and then king goes closer. But
if
still, the rest is a mystery for us.
black does not cooperate. Because if I take on g7, then probably again there's time to take in c3 now. I think so. I mean, it's now probably rook c3 is possible. Yeah, exactly. Tja, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Unsolved mystery. Oh, queen's ending. That's interesting. Okay, now there's the strong threat, obviously, of queen d4. because then in the end white will lose this pawn on g5. Yeah, because the white king is also very open, and there's no, the important thing is there's no perpetual, because the black king will be very happy to walk out here.
Yes.
Just to show, I mean, here's the typical way to handle this if you're the stronger side. Just in this case to run around the opponent pawns, and in some cases also to take it. And this would be disastrous for white.
Mm-hmm.
Very unpleasant to defend. Yeah, concrete question is whether a4 is hanging. If black in the next move, because otherwise maybe move like king g2 or so, but if black can take in a4 and there's no perpetual, very unpleasant for white. Even if it's tenable, but I don't think so. What does the ancient says winning position for black. Oh, poor Dinara. This is really when she got transposed in a winning rook ending.
Yeah.
Oh my god. This queen e6 check, but it looked too primitive. At first I was afraid to propose it, because it looked very primitive, but just to show this once more this moment, when we think that it was, maybe it was even something better, but this was the crucial moment when Dinara played d6 and was probably overlooked the queen check on c6. Was typical psychological mistake, because of course before with a pawn on d5 you would never think about a queen check on c6, and so it is easy to overlook. And our idea was probably there's even something better, that queen e6 check is leading to a winning rook ending without any risk.
Good enough.
The engine gives nearly +2. Because the point is that the black king is cut off. And the plan is simply to go with the rook to f6 and then to march with the king. While the black queen side is practically paralyzed.
No, it's a beautiful rook end game.
Yeah.
I like it so much.
You wouldn't give me a draw in this position, no?
No, sorry. Even if it's you.
Even if I would try a bit.
Yes. Okay, apart from chess, there was another question in the chat. How is the weather in Munich? Well, we
Medium.
are in Europe and it's winter, so what to say? It's cold, it's dark, it's raining, it's windy.
But besides, everything is beautiful.
Yes. So, can we check if Zhansaya already won the game? Because it seems that they are still playing, so there must be something interesting.
I'm going here. This was, wait a moment. Yeah, maybe some miracles are happening. And black pawn on h4. This doesn't look too good for white.
No, there are no miracles left.
No, this pawn.
Ah.
As at least in my chess times in Austria, they used to say, "Das ist wollten." This pawn is a cloud. It just it just flies away.
Okay. That's the first time I hear that. It's not typical Austrian, I'm sorry.
That was definitively in the Austrian chess scene in my times.
In the past, maybe.
Do you want to hint at my Austrian times a very long time ago? Last century or so?
I won't answer this question.
Yeah, this is a disaster. Yeah, this is really unlucky for Humpy, because before she played a very good attacking game and got had many chances. This knight sacrifice in e6 was very strong, and although it was not so easy to calculate, but with enough time it should be possible for a player of her strengths. And later on also the structure was a double pawn on f3, she had huge activity, and then basically just got her rook trapped. That's what, like in tennis, unforced error.
So why do you think all these mistakes are happening already in the second round?
Yeah,
I mean, it's understandable if it's later, like around 9, round 10 or something, but second round, I would never guess that this happens.
Yeah, this was really the blunder round.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was a big blunder of Humpy. It was a big blunder, a very big blunder, absolute unusual one from Elisabeth, who last time was in very good shape, basically. And of course now also from Dinara with d6, this blunder, the most important pawn in one move.
Yeah.
This is also
Unbelievable. I really don't understand why. I mean, it's only
strange.
second round.
Because players of this strength, even in a blitz game, you would be angry about yourself if you overlook d6, queen c6 check. I mean,
Yes.
and then in a tournament game, it's played with increment with the 30 seconds, so it's.
Okay, so one game already finished. Yeah, like we expected. It's the Dronavalli game against Jiner. So, Dimitro, of course.
Yeah, and I think this is the one game between Nana against Mariya that is interesting. Here anything still can happen. While here this queen's ending we judge to be pretty bad for black and most probably lost for Dinara, which is a pity because she had such a winning position. No, I think there are no practical chances, although I mean, because there will never be some perpetual checks. Always the black king has chances, even if in some variations, if the black king goes to grab some pawns, he will run around the pawns and run into the white camp and so on.
Yeah.
So
I don't see so many chances, yes. And here, it's already draw.
is it drawn?
Yeah,
Ah, yeah, okay.
the true.
Yeah, that's what I expected. I don't.
Yeah.
But you're right. I mean, black could continue without big risk. But I mean, I
Yeah,
think it's-
but we didn't see anything special. And later on, it was also repetition. So
okay, but the
yeah.
win would have been study-like. It was really difficult, and for white, it was winning. But still, I think it was a very good achievement of Shu, because she was confronted with a very dangerous opening surprise. I think seemed to us that she didn't know the opening line, and in a very complicated, long tactical line, she found the best moves all the time.
yeah. And keep in mind that she's the youngest player here.
Yeah, absolutely. 22, or what did we say?
She's born
23.
2002. So yeah, she's probably 20, maybe 21 already. Not sure about the month she's
20.
born. So very young. So we will see a lot from her in the future. I'm sure of that. Maybe she will be a future world champion.
Yes. Well, anyway, it wouldn't be surprising if the next ones are coming from China.
That for sure, yeah.
So maybe this is time for another break now.
Yeah,
Because
I
now
think it's a
the
good time
speed
for
will
a
slow
break.
down. Yeah,
Yes.
7 o'clock.
No, it's time to think again for the players
Yes.
after the time control. And we are looking forward to hopefully another nice moves and maybe more surprises. Who knows?
Okay. So we'll go for a break and then we will back after about 5 to 10 minutes. See you soon.
See you later.
Kinder in sozialen Brennpunkten haben es besonders schwer. Sie müssen oft sowohl mit sprachlichen als auch häuslichen Problemen kämpfen. Wenn vielen von ihnen keine erfolgreiche schulische Karriere gelingt und sie später beruflich abgehängt sind, wird das zu einem großen gesellschaftlichen Problem und birgt enorme Gefahren für uns alle. Wir glauben, dass unser Schachtraining nach allen Erfahrungen der letzten 15 Jahre mit bis zu 10.000 geförderten Grundschulkindern ein wunderbares und innovatives Mittel ist, um hier gegenzusteuern. Unser Königsplan für Kinder fördert auf spielerische Weise. Die Kinder lernen, sich besser zu konzentrieren, sie werden kreativer und sie erleben, wie man vielfältige Probleme flexibel löst. All dies ist kein theoretischer Stoff, sondern wirkt sich unmittelbar positiv auf die schulische Entwicklung aus. Vor allem zeigen wir diesen Kindern, dass wir an sie glauben und geben ihnen damit den Glauben an sich selbst. Und das ist die allerwichtigste Gabe für ihre weitere Entwicklung. Um all dies fortzusetzen, benötigen wir Ihre Unterstützung. Mit 150 € können Sie ein Grundschulkind über ein ganzes Jahr hinweg fördern. Unsere Personalkosten werden von unserem Stiftungsgründer Roman Krolich getragen, sodass Ihre Spende voll und ganz in diese wichtigen Projekte fließt. Dafür im Namen der Münchner Schachstiftung und natürlich unserer Schachkinder ein ganz großes Dankeschön an Sie. Sie auf innovative Weise die Qualität Ihrer Entscheidungen verbessern, die besten Strategien der Schachgroßmeister nutzen, auch wenn Sie selbst vielleicht kein Schachspieler, keine Schachspielerin sind, sich vor schwerwiegenden Planungsfehlern schützen, Ihre Intuition bestmöglich in Ihren Planungs- und Entscheidungsprozess einfließen lassen. Oder suchen Sie einfach einen inspirierenden Keynote-Vortrag für Ihre nächste Veranstaltung. Dann haben Sie viel gemeinsam mit Unternehmen wie Lufthansa Cargo, wie BMW, wie E.ON oder der Bayerischen Staatskanzlei. Überall dort konnte ich schon in Form von Vorträgen oder Workshops die wichtigsten Konzepte und Ideen unseres Strategiemodells Königsplan vermitteln. Hat Sie das neugierig gemacht? Dann freue ich mich auf Ihre Anfrage. Viele Informationen sind auch auf unserer Homepage www.königsplan.com zu finden.
Alexandra, Kosteniuk, your second game, also a win. You must be very happy to have done 2 wins in 2 games. Give us your feelings after today's game with Elisabeth Paehtz.
Well, yeah, today's game finished rather unexpectedly because apparently she just blundered, and the E8 square was like a blind spot for her. I think when she played after H5, she played knight E5, she missed rook E8, or at least it felt this way, because otherwise there is no reason to play knight E5. So she missed rook E8 first, and then second time when she played bishop F4, she forgot that my queen is controlling the square. So yeah, sometimes you just, something just gets out of your side and there is nothing you can do. But if we talk about the opening, yeah, well, I just knew this line because I analyzed it a little bit with white. I had some games with white, but I also played some 2, I think, title Tuesday Blitz games with black, with the exact line, and black can keep the pawn. But then I think white has a compensation. And I think there was one game in Zhongyi in the Challengers tournament just recently, the same line, but black decided to keep the pawn and suffered a little bit. I'm not sure what was the overall result. But when I looked at this line at home, I thought that knight takes c4 looks like quite straightforward and easy. But then in the game, when she played rook e1, I was not sure what to do. Because I think, if I'm not mistaken, there was a game with knight e7, queen g3, castle, with the idea after bishop h6 to play knight g6. But then after rook e1, okay, I thought that maybe I can still play knight g6, sacrifice the pawn on c7, play queen c6, try to exchange the queens, and get into this endgame with opposite colored bishop, a pawn down, but should be holdable. But okay, we don't really want to sacrifice, so I decided to play c5, although it looked a little bit shaky in a way because it weakens the square on d5. If one day the knight gets there, it might be a problem. And h4, her idea, I didn't like it at all. I mean, for myself, because it started to look very unpleasant. I mean, with also h5, bishop h6 ideas. But
because with the different color bishops, sometimes there could be an attack in these positions.
Yeah, of course. And I went on to play knight g6, and during the game I was not sure about knight d3, so threatening to play h5, and if I play h5 then she can play f4. That's the idea. But okay, it looks rather odd to put the knight on d3 and after c4 to play knight b2 or knight b4 and knight d5, but I don't know, I didn't really see like the way to play against it.
Alexandra, when she played bishop f4, the moment she dropped the piece, of course, you can't be expecting that this could happen. What was your first reaction when you saw the move? I suppose you didn't take immediately. What went through your head at that point?
Well, you know, she was reaching to this bishop, and I was expecting to see bishop g5, which is also a blunder, because I capture on e1 and I played bishop g4, trapping the queen. Yes. I said, okay, but she, blundered so much in Astana against me in one move. It can't happen 2 in a row. But what else to do with this bishop? If she plays bishop e3, I can capture on h4, right? The pawn is hanging. And so I didn't understand what she was going to do when she was trying to reach.
But did it occur to you that maybe she had missed that the queen was protecting e8 and she was going to go bishop f4? Did that go through your head? Sometimes it happened to me in other games. You sort of sense that there might be a blunder in the position.
No, I just didn't consider this move at all, bishop f4, because, well...
Because it was an impossible move, of course.
Well, because usually you don't consider moves when you put pieces under attack. It's kind of counterintuitive. And I didn't, when she played it, we are taught to ask ourselves what our opponent is planning. She is a grandmaster. She is not like giving up a piece. But okay, it can happen. Well, I thought that, it seems that she must have missed this e8 spot again. But what can you do? Yeah, that's...
In chess, this is part of the game, and sometimes it happens. My last question, were you expecting the Evans Gambit today in the game? Did you actually prepare specifically for the idea, or these comments you've made before were in general preparation?
Well, you're always scared of all those gambits in the Italian game. I even made a course for chess.com on those gambits after c3, d4, though. So, no, I didn't, repeat this line specifically for this game, just because I repeated it a few days ago before the tournament. And since I've played several games with black and white, I always hope that I have something in my head and I will be able to get through all those opening variations. And since I don't really consider it to be a very dangerous line, because I think the way I play it in the game, it's quite solid.
Yes.
Then I didn't, I'm always scared of all those gambits, and I know that opponents can try to use them. So you have to be prepared, but yeah, it's a part of preparation.
Okay, so 2 out of 2. An excellent start for your tournament. Of course, the tournament is very long, and I expect you'll be thinking, let's go day by day, game by game, and see what happens, no?
Yeah, exactly. Well, 2 out of 2 is better than 0 out of 2. I've been there, and I prefer it this way, but yeah, it's still 9 rounds to go.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm joined by top Indian female grandmaster Harika. How are you doing, Harika?
Yeah, it was good. It was very tensed game, and I think it was more than good for me today.
You just finished your game with Chinese female player Zhongyi. A very, very complex game, very tricky. Your opponent had 2 pass pawns in the 6th and 7th rank. You had some counterplay and an extra pawn. How are you feeling during the game? Did you think it could go either way, or are you confident on your options?
I know that this is just equal, but over the board it wasn't easy to understand which way to go. Maybe I forgot the prep and the plan somewhere. I think rook e6, rook e8, rook e6, I thought practically possible because I couldn't find anything else. When white is getting knight b3, b4, knight c5, it's not clear for me what I'm doing. It's just like I'm sitting there and trying to hold the position. I felt it could become very, very dangerous. And that's the reason I have chosen this rook e6, rook h6 plan to just get g pawn and c3 pawn at some point and just try to see how it can go. But I was sure that it's wrong. I felt like white should be winning in many ways, but I was just trying to play as practical as possible.
From the outside, it looked very dangerous. These passed pawns very close to the last line, and also your bishop on a7. So the whole game revolved around those pawns if they were going to be strong or weak. Would you play this variation again in the future, or was it just too tense to try again?
That I would keep it as a secret, but at least I understood that it's practically little unpleasant when you don't know the full idea. But I think overall it's very nice, interesting try. Both of us didn't expect to land up in this position. Yeah, it'll be good experience for future.
So do you think that possibly your opponent didn't have the full line prepared, or maybe, as you say, both of you probably didn't expect to land in this position then? It was something different maybe of your preparation.
I think she thought on the board and decided to try this practically. But if black knew the plan, how exactly to hold, I think it could have been easier. But yeah, it's basically good experience to understand how to make a draw in this line.
At least I can say from the outside that although many draws are boring, this was definitely not a boring draw. There was a lot of entertainment, a lot of things going on in the background, and I hope you have these exciting games in the future rounds.
Yeah, I hope so. After a long time, I'm coming back to classical chess, and I just want to try each game as it comes.
Okay. Good luck in the next rounds.
Thank you.
So, welcome back to our commentary. And here this is a very interesting ending between Humpy Koneru, who before had probably clear advantage and then got her rook trapped in some unlucky way. And then it seemed totally winning for Zhansaya, Abdumalik. And we were sure that the game would be over very soon. But now she succeeded to put up a very interesting defensive formation. And even though the computer, at least here this engine bar, gives a totally winning position for black, because it's a rook against only 2 pawns, we're absolutely not sure what's the concrete plan to win this position, in fact. Because just with rook and bishop, it seems impossible to make any progress. And this logically means, and we also don't believe we discussed some Zugzwang constellations, for example, if the black bishop would be on c1 and the rook on f2 attacking the pawn in f4, but we also don't think that this is a Zugzwang position. So this means that to win, probably the black king in a way, yeah, we believe that the black king in a way has to go to the center to increase the pressure against the pawn on f4 and sometimes tactically against the pawn on e5. But of course, at these moments, always black has to watch out that white might play g6 and get 2 passed pawns. And yes, I mean, basically it must be winning for black, but it's not an easy one. I mean, as I said, we think that the only way, or also
Yeah, also.
may I quote you?
Yeah, I think so
that the
too.
only idea is to come with the king with black, and it's a long march into the white camp. But in the meantime, of course, you have to be careful that there's not some counterattack against the f7 pawn or maybe g6 with out of a sudden 2 passed pawns. Yeah, so this is a very good, very tough defense by Humpy Koneru. quite impressive, because really before we thought it's totally over here in this situation, and I wouldn't be surprised. Here, okay, but well, if h2 is the best move, then okay, then she had no choice, black, but to go into this position.
Maybe before something, but actually it looks good for black. I
Yeah,
would also go for it, but it's not so easy. It looks like some kind of fortress. So I'm very excited to see how this game continues.
No, probably, as I said, the black king has to go to d3 and e3, something like this then. And then it will be really Zugzwang in a moment. But the point is, this counter-attack in this moment, maybe they have to switch roles somehow. The bishop has to go, let's say, to e7 first, to avoid the white king come to f6, and then to come with the black king at first. But it's a long way, and if I would be black, I wouldn't be 100% sure that I'm winning this position. What do you think?
No. But white is in time trouble, and it's not good if you're the defender.
Well, but here's in the next moves are easier for white than for black, I think. I mean, okay, in some moment you have to make a decision whether you play g6 or not, but if you just shuffle up and down with your knight.
Still, I think that the time could be some advantage
I
for
think she played
Zhansaya.
she played g6, I think.
Oh yeah,
This
she
is
played g6.
This is a very responsible decision. I'm not sure whether I would have done this as white, but because now you really might be pushed back by Zugzwang if black plays, say, like this, and king e7, maybe king f5, or
King f5.
and now you have to bring the rook to f8.
Rook to f8.
Yeah, and to push the king back. Okay, let's say rook h2, knight f6. No, maybe the bishop is a bit stupid on d4. It should be somewhere else. I don't know. Maybe far away. Okay, but now already knight d5 check, and yeah, but the point is that advancing with the pawn might be lethal for white. So it's maybe just king f7 if you're not afraid of e6. I don't think that e6 is really good then.
I would just wait with white and not moving my pawns and just moving around with the knight and the king.
Yeah, exactly. But here, well, I don't know what's the right execution. And let's play, what is white playing? Let's say knight f6. If you want to do nothing. Rook h8. Yeah. My idea is to play rook f8 and knight f6. Yeah. The mouse here, so king e7. So this was my first Zugzwang idea.
But what happens now?
Probably king
Just king e4. And
yeah.
what do you want to play? King e6?
Yes.
But then I just move my knight, like knight d5, for example, and then giving check on c7.
I didn't say it's easier.
Because I always have to check with my knight. And if your king is too far away, then I just move f5 and e6.
Well, maybe I can put my bishop to c1 now.
Yes, you can. And then I give check on c7.
Now where's my mouse? The mouse disappeared. Ah, here it is. Yeah, now even f5 would be possible. Okay.
Somehow I don't think that black can win this position. It's so
Yeah, it's
interesting.
fascinating, yeah. Because the engine gives total winning position, but I also, I must admit, I'm also absolutely not sure how it's winning. Here's, by the way, the idea to play bishop takes e5. which is not totally stupid. Well, I'm not sure whether this ending rook against. But theoretically, if we would say that this that the other one is draw, then of course you should take this chance. Although I'm not sure it's.
But in the game she took now on g6.
What does the engine say here? Well, it gives clear advantage, but not winning. So it's
No. I think there are better chances for black going for this position than the other one. But
maybe-
here I really don't believe that it's possible to win. But we will see.
Mhm. Okay. So which games are left here? Oh,
It's
wrong
already
direction.
finished.
What am I doing? Sorry.
These are the 3 games still going on, yeah. Okay, yeah.
Mhm.
Queen endgame. But black has the edge pawn.
Yes, it's the question how bad it is. I think relatively. I think Dinara has defended well. I think before it looked worse for me, relatively speaking. I think now. Well, maybe it's the best plan to somehow to protect the b6 pawn and try to march in with the black king. Well, let's say, well, yeah, it doesn't matter. I can give some check. But in principle, to protect here, let's say with the queen from e6, and then try to invade with the black king.
Mhm.
Okay, the question is what white is doing here. And my idea is maybe to play king f5, f4. And to hit here them. Well, this this probably not would be the best because queen d5 check, but okay, but then do some adjustments before. But I think this in principle is the best plan to attack the white pawns.
Mm. Yeah, black needs to activate the king.
Yeah, and if there's a chance, maybe also advance the pawn to h3, maybe to h4, h3 to some moment to create some mating threats, and then to attack with the king. Still probably it's the engine isn't so negative, but I think this is more difficult to defend for white than the ending with the 2 pawns against the rook.
Yes.
Strangely enough. Okay. No, missed a game.
Yeah, we have this interesting game also.
Oh, another queen ending.
Yeah.
Oh, she kept just her pawn. Oh, this looks very good for black. Oh, that's funny. Both sisters have got a queen's ending.
And the better one.
And both are clearly better and probably winning one. Yeah, this looks very good for black. Well, what happened here?
She played rook takes e4. And
Well, we left
yeah.
here. And for some
Yes.
reasons that I don't
E5
understand,
mean, yeah.
she took with the rook. We thought white should keep the rooks on. And take with the knight on e5 instead. I mean, here is... I think this gives much better practical chances. She took for some reasons with the... And now, of course, c5, and now the black bishop is waking up. Very strange decision. Can you understand this? It's would never because now there are no real attacking chances, and yeah, now this pawn is a very serious weakness, and there are no attacking chances without rooks. Very strange. Hard to understand. And now to change them. Some very strange decisions here. Okay, maybe there's nothing better here, but
Yeah, because of the weak g6.
mhm. And this, of course, is quite an unpleasant queen ending. Very unpleasant. Although the engine gives only strange. I would think it's really very bad.
Mhm.
But
So which queen endgame you prefer to defend?
no, probably this one. But because here it's not so easy to come over with the black king. I mean, and if you advance your pawns, then always the king here will be very exposed.
Mm. And in the other queen endgame, they have a passed pawn, which is always very difficult to defend.
Yeah, and here it's so it's probably also it will be well if basically in such positions either you advance your pawns, but here in the situation the black king will be very exposed to checks. This is very difficult. Or like in the other game, you try to run over with the king,
Mhm.
but somehow it seems to me that this is very difficult to realize in this position. Maybe check and then come with the king, but I don't know. I think here white has better chances to
Mhm. Yeah,
keep the draw.
I also believe.
Mhm. Okay. King g5, so. Oh, but
King
maybe
g5.
I was not sure whether this g6 pawn change was really a good decision, but somehow I would like to advance with the king. Maybe there will be some Zugzwang situations, but
Mhm.
don't see exactly how. But for example, if white would be to play, just to show what I mean. I mean, it's absolutely not for. I mean, okay, let's say black just plays a waiting move, bishop d2, and now if white plays knight f6, then I think king e6 would be very unpleasant. So then, but of course, white would not play king knight f6, but probably would go king f5 in this moment. Or maybe now, and shuffle between g5 and f5.
Mhm.
And this plan to walk around with the king, which is my favorite plan, but it's
Then e6,
Yeah.
e7, e8.
yeah, okay.
I'm dreaming.
But in some cases, this is just what black wants to provoke e6, and then
Mhm.
okay, king d7, knight f6, king c6. Okay, now it's hanging again. King d5, just to try a bit, but of course now if I play king d4, then no, it's still not. Now's the first moment when I might play bishop f4, though it's still a draw, unfortunately. But at least to show the motives here, and but unfortunately it's still a draw. But it's but such ideas with. But now the black king is too far away, and
Mhm.
it's also a draw. So in such type of constellation, it's the question if e6 is not a threat. Maybe we can play a waiting move. Goes on e6, then we'll play rook e1 probably.
King g4. And don't believe that king e4 is possible. I mean, right at the moment, of course not.
Mhm.
But also later on.
Yeah, it's extremely difficult to make progress. So also
Yeah.
getting pushed back again, and if I go all around here, then probably really e6 is coming.
Mm-hmm.
Tja, I must admit.
I believe in a draw.
Yeah, me also by now. Oh, no, this is really a very strange ending. Okay, this will take a very long time. Dream of every commentator. Okay, that's interesting. Now how to protect b4. She want to play queen g4.
What else?
Queen g4 probably. And then you have to go back. I mean, it doesn't spoil something probably, but...
Yeah, anyway, we believed in draw in this position.
Yeah, at least good drawing chances.
Yes.
While here, we didn't believe in draw. Oh, this is... She put the queen to e4, which is clever because it blocks the black king from coming into the position. So this is... Yeah, it's not easy. Okay. Yeah, it's not so easy to implement the plan to come over with the king. King f5, queen f3, king e5. And you cannot pass because the queen is hanging in the end. I mean, what I just wanted to highlight. Now there's a check, and what black would like to do very much doesn't is possible but we have to go back. It's not easy, but I would probably play queen f4. e7, queen f6, queen e3, and maybe it's possible now to march with the king. Or maybe it's not. No, it's not easy. No, maybe. Now king e5. Ah, no, now it's again queen d5 check. Oh my god, this will take for ages.
Well, they don't have time for ages, so at least something. But yeah, very interesting.
Ah yeah, it happened exactly as we just now analyzed. It's funny. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is very concrete and tactical. What's the way for the black king to escape here? Maybe now king f5 is possible. I mean, if it's possible to sacrifice the b6 pawn, then it's good news for black. And if black can give some checkmate then or something. Okay, let's see, king f5. So, what is white doing now? Okay, black threatens to win with queen e4, so it's so probably white should rather give a check. But if he gives the wrong check, the idea is here to even to sacrifice the b6 pawn and to attack with the king. But and even though you can take b6, but now probably there will be some mating ideas.
Yes, you just lost
Ah,
the
well,
queen.
it's my queen. Oh, sorry. Oh my god. Okay, this was the wrong one. Okay, maybe we should first not take in c4, but maybe first, no. King takes c4 is possible, but no. No. That's not easy. Yes, really every move can make a difference.
Mm. Anyway, activating the king in queen endgames is very often the best strategy.
Yeah, no, I mean,
Or win.
yeah, of course. Not a strategy to walk over with the king to these pawns. This is surely the right plan. But the execution without running into some perpetual or to lose the b6 pawn in a moment when it's not appropriate. Oh, this is really difficult.
Mm-hmm.
I just remember when in the old days when there were still adjourned games. This was one junior team world championship when two later grandmasters, Dutch grandmaster Van der Wiel against US grandmaster Fedorovic played against each other, and Fedorovic landed in a queen's ending, well, pawn down and quite difficult to defend, and and it took for ages, and it was adjourned for 3 times, and after the third adjournment, and finally Fedorovic succeeded to keep the draw, and then he stumbled out from the playing hall and just saw me and said to me in this typical US accent, "I know, and I'm so happy if I never have to see the dirty face of Van der Wiel again." For 3 mornings he was tortured in his queen ending.
Queen endings can be a real torture, that for sure. Because you never know if you're winning or if it's draw.
Yeah, this is...
So many possibilities.
Yeah, but basically Anna's trying exactly the same way as we also just tried in our analysis.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this will be the question. So probably white will be able somehow to win the b6 pawn. And the question will be what to do whether black can create some mating threats. It's exactly the position we just had.
Okay, so we can only wait here. Maybe we check the other games. Now it's close to time trouble again, so it will be very interesting soon.
And I remember this was the best motivation I got. This was also in my first chess Olympiad. I had a queen's ending in Lugano against then very strong US grandmaster Larry Christiansen, also a US champion, very strong in those days. But I just succeeded to escape into a bad queen's ending, also with pawn down and so on. And was so disgusted that I didn't even want to analyze. But then Robert Hübner, in those times, was one of the best players of the world, and he was famous for extreme tough defensive skills. But I'm so disgusted. How should I get any motivation to analyze this stupid queen ending with a pawn down? And Hübner just told me, but just think about how furious he will be if he doesn't win.
Good motivation, yeah. So how did this queen endgame end?
Draw.
Oh,
congratulations! I succeeded to find a surprising perpetual.
Great.
After this motivation.
Yeah, never give up. As we can also see in these games, very great fighting spirit and many surprises. Although we could think that something was lost before.
Yeah, that
but
if
always
Koneru keeps the game, this is really a very surprising ending. Maybe this will go into an end game series because I never saw this constellation before.
Me neither, yeah.
And probably there will be some computer-like win, but... Did black make some progress now, or does it only look like?
I don't think so.
It's so tough to get the king over. Yeah, king g5, that's what I would have played. Because now in the moment black, the white queen doesn't have a check. But the The question is, what will be the next black move? Maybe it's Zugzwang. Because king f4 is not a threat, because g6 is hanging. Yeah, exactly.
Mm.
Yeah, black very much would like to play king f4, but then losing the pawn is in a moment is not enough. Okay, I can bring the queen to f4 with tempo.
Next step, right?
Mm-hmm.
What else?
Yeah, but what then? I must say here would be quite pessimistic as white to win this. It was black, sorry.
Yeah. I'm also betting it's draw.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So
Yeah,
let's see
because-
this fantastic fortress.
Mm-hmm. If it's a fortress.
Yeah, if it's a fortress.
e6 happened.
And e6.
e6 is double-edged. I don't know whether we had.
Mhm.
Yeah, this is the position we had basically.
Yeah, we
She
had.
put exactly what
Yes.
we proposed.
But here we decided to wait another
Yeah.
time, just
Mhm.
playing knight g3. Not
no,
knight g3, I mean king g4, yeah, sorry.
King g5 we
Or
wanted to play.
g5.
Yeah, the engine likes this much better.
Mm.
Yeah, because we said there's no real Zugzwang, because there's always knight f6 check.
Yes.
Yeah, this e6 also intuitively I don't like at all. I don't know why, but
Yeah, she only has 30 seconds left.
rook e2. Or
It's not easy. Rook e2.
oh, but maybe she calculated it precisely. I mean, if it's draw, then it's draw. But
Like also in the game
Mhm.
before, the rook end game in the last
Mhm.
round, where we also thought, good chances, but
so what does
She
black
knew
do
better.
concretely? Concretely, rook e2 probably.
rook e2 I would play.
And probably the idea is to play king f6. No? Bishop a3.
Okay. So in the game,
Oh.
Zhansaya made a move. I think it was bishop a3, but we will see anytime.
Maybe king d5 here. Because in e7 we have king d6. Then
But f5.
yeah, 5. This is the problem.
Or no problem for the engine. Okay, so in the game, bishop e3 happened.
Okay, let's
What
go
do we
back to the
think
game.
about this move?
Yeah, this was my other idea, bishop
Mhm.
a3. But still, it's not really. It's hard to see how to attack the white pawns. It's
Yeah, I still believe in some kind of fortress. It's
yeah.
crazy.
Now also the engine believes.
Yeah.
But what was the mistake of black? I mean, is before the engine says it's winning. So bishop a3 was the mistake.
King,
I wanted to play rook e2 in fact.
rook e2,
Or-
rook e2, king f6. Like we checked, it also looked okay for white.
Or is king or king d5 in this moment maybe.
Yeah,
No, it's also wrong.
also not okay.
So then probably was the first idea, rook e2. Ah, wait a
You need to
moment.
play e6 first.
E6.
Yeah.
Okay, rook e2. Engine also is not happy. So, but maybe I think it's a weak engine. It's
Yeah, I also believe.
this is not possible.
No, I think it was a
Mhm.
fortress from
Mhm.
the beginning on.
Quite
Crazy.
possible. Well, this is unlucky for
Zhansaya, yeah.
Zhansaya.
On the other hand, we have to say that she was lucky during
Yeah.
the game, so that she didn't lose. So
Yeah, exactly. I think so. Altogether in this
think
game,
draw
is
is okay,
a fair
yeah.
result then. Yeah, okay. if not even the engine believes in the white position, then we can switch to the other games.
Yes.
Yeah, this was
Okay.
quite a miraculous escape, but maybe really this ending is not, it's not possible to win it, even though the engine. Ah, yeah. Now the ideas of the queen h8 to play king g4 now, but then once it's approaching, this would be some progress. But of course, white doesn't have to comply. Maybe queen d6 or something. I don't know what.
Queen d6,
Yeah.
queen d4.
Yeah, the engine even gives draw, so maybe there's some type of perpetual. Maybe queen h8, queen d4, queen d7. I don't know. Is it already?
Queen h8.
Is it already perpetual? King.
But queen f4.
Ah, it's check. No, sorry. This is the only thing that one should not do. Oh, then the queen h8 check is stupid.
No, I wouldn't go for this move. I
No, no.
would play queen d4.
Yeah, or queen d6. I don't know.
Yeah, or queen d6.
Queen d6 or
Okay
queen
for me.
d4. Yeah, me also.
Mm.
Yeah, I think this is very good drawing chances also.
She gave a check on d1 in the game. And here comes another check. No progress for black.
No. Yeah, I must probably draw. Okay. Look at this queen. Sorry. I'm not the best switcher. She played such an idea that we discussed. She played basically exactly the idea, but without blundering the queen. Like a Hilton analysis. Yeah, this was very well played, I think. To give the b6 pawn and turn wait with the king. This is exactly the basic plan that we wanted to implement. Because now the black king is pretty safe here around these pawns. And the idea is here to create some mating threats. So the question if it's quick enough, the mating threats. Let's see what primitive idea. To play a5 and then h3 and then black is to move. Okay, then it's bad news because now's the question, should we play h3?
I'm calculating it.
Probably we'll get an queen ending with the c pawn in the end. With all the other pawns gone. This should be winning to my feeling, but this is of course very difficult to judge. Something like queen d6 check. King takes c4. Queen e6 check. King b4. Queen takes h3. No, I was careful not to take in a4 because it might be stalemate. This would be the typical mistake here.
Okay, we
but
can
of
give a
course,
check in between.
Of course, we would avoid this trap. First, give some clever checks. Don't know where exactly, but maybe here, and then take the pawn. I think this queen ending should be winning, but of course some work, but I think it's winning. Yeah, so this is basically what we thought, that this ending should be winning and the other are probably draws in. Yeah, she played h3. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think this should be winning.
Yeah, I think so too.
For one time, plus 12. Yeah, probably also black can play more precisely than our variation, but even this I think should be enough.
Yeah.
Okay, so the other games, the joy of every commentator, they will go very long probably and will be draw in the end. Yeah, especially this one, because of course black will try for a long time. I mean, this is quite understandable. What happened here? Okay, white succeeded to block the pawn. Yeah, I think we even had this line before.
Yeah, we had it.
We had it, and we did not see how to proceed with black.
No.
Does the engine see? Not really. The only hope would be some kind of Zugzwang, but I don't see how, because white can always check and black cannot really enter the E-line with the king, because white can play E7. Yeah, I think this should be drawn. And probably this won't take so long, hopefully. So the only question is this queen's ending. Yeah, but white put up a very good defensive position. Beautiful queen on E5. Yeah, I think this should be drawn.
Yeah.
White is very well centralized now, and there's no way, like as we said in the other game, the right plan was to come with the king to the white pawns, and here if the black king could somehow march over here, even sacrificing one of these pawns, and come to c3, let's say, somehow, but
Yeah, it's not possible. I
think so.
already.
Yeah, but still, again, for sure, very interesting games today.
Very interesting, yeah. And very surprising games.
Yeah, some very surprising blunders, but also that this ending with only two pawns against the rook was maybe really a draw, or maybe only in some extremely computer-like way to win. Also very interesting. But before also was this big blunder of Humpy Koneru, but this is really a sign of mental strength, that after this big blunder, she collected herself and put up a fantastic defense. You see that there are chances in this ending. This was very impressive.
Mariya is close to make a move, but she's still not sure. Anana looks like she knows it's draw.
She looks a bit bored.
Yeah, she looks really bored.
This is
So
also a good psychological trick. If you look totally bored, then it's embarrassing for your opponent.
it looks like, why can't we agree draw? And relax for the next game.
Let's go to the fitness center or the sauna.
Yeah,
Or
but it
just the
closes
restaurant.
at 9, so
Yeah, okay,
it's
so
only 1 hour left. And here comes the move. She's going for the pawn endgame,
Well, this is so surprising.
but this is draw.
I think so. Well, theoretically, black has small advantage because but this is very surprising. But it's good news for us because we have chances to.
Yeah, I think she tried everything in the queen endgame. They had the same position many times. So what else to do?
Are there any chances here? Well, maybe it's still. I mean, you can go wrong with white, but it's very improbable. I mean, what I mean is, for example, yeah, if you play g4, g4 might be a mistake. What do you think?
Sure.
I mean, of course, white doesn't have to play g4, but g4 and then king e5. You see? This is the trick. Because now you lose.
Okay.
King e3, g5,
Yeah.
and you lose. So this is an interesting trick. But of course, g5, maybe g3.
She made a king move. She played king e3.
Yeah, this is also possible. Probably probably king g4 is the idea, no? But king d4. Then white is too quick to take this pawn, probably king g4, king d4.
And both sides make a queen.
Yeah, no, king e5, now you play g3. This is important. And then g5, g4. And then it's draw. But it's kind of trap. And on king g4, probably we should play active here too.
Yeah. I calculated that.
Okay, then.
Both have yeah.
Dip, dip, dip.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1,
8
2,
or 9 before.
3, 4, 5. And so on. And both probably will queen at
Yes,
the same
yes.
time.
Both queen. And she is also going for king g4.
Okay, so let's quickly try the line. What's your...
If I'm right, yeah.
okay, but you have a-
Okay, something happened in the other game, I think, or it just looks like, okay. No, they didn't finish yet. Oh. No, they finished.
which one?
Black won. It looks like Muzychuk won against Dinara.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's take a quick look.
So what happened here? H3 and then...
I see, this is the beautiful
Yeah.
way to hide the king.
yeah, very beautiful. And a beautiful umbrella, which you also need here in Munich.
And exactly this is the motive I thought before, because now if white plays something like queen g8, then the most simple is to transpose to the pawn ending. I think so.
Beautiful, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just winning now, just to check quickly. King g2, king a4, and white is just too late to come into the drawing zone.
One move.
Yes, king b3, king c1, and now, of course, they're very precise. King c3. And black is winning. Yeah, this was good technique.
Very great
Very
technique
good
from
technique.
Anna.
But very unlucky for Dinara,
Yeah.
because before she
Very
was clearly
sad.
winning.
Yeah,
Okay,
and
so
also
this is-
another game finished. Yeah, like we expected.
Yeah.
Mariya made a draw. Now only this very interesting fortress is left.
So we can win.
Yeah, so let's see. But I think there's nothing to do.
Ah. Okay. So, yeah, but now really white made a lot of progress.
Oh,
slowly-
and they also decided to make a draw. So the games are finished for today. And we have a guest now.
Ah.
But before, we will make a very short break and then we will have a nice interview.
Okay, see you soon. Yeah. Hi, Anna. Thanks a lot that you take time after a very tough game. I know that usually players like to go to the room or to dinner to relax. So it's very nice that you join us here.
Yeah, maybe I would also prefer to go to the room, but I was asked to join.
Yeah, no, thank you. The spectators will be very happy. So yeah, congratulations. A very, very tough game.
Yeah, really.
And
difficult one.
what were your impressions? What were the crucial points?
First of all, I didn't expect this line because I think she has never played bishop b5 line. Maybe in her childhood, but definitely not in the last year. So I was a bit surprised by that. And then after, we made a few moves.
Yeah,
and after d5, I started thinking because I couldn't remember how to proceed. And I am sure I didn't react in the best way because I didn't like my position at all.
Well, we thought that I'm also not specialist in this line, but we thought that in principle.
Yeah, like after f4, like here is definitely white has a very comfortable position and very pleasant to play.
Well, we expected b5 here, and it seemed at least the engine liked it somehow that it's.
Yeah, I was considering it, but after b5, d takes e6, I have to go for an endgame with the pawn down. Yeah, basically I was choosing between e5 and b5, and I calculated something like queen takes d2.
And then e takes f7.
E takes f7, and sooner rook d2, bishop d2. And then there was some idea with, there were two ideas, like bishop d4 and b4, but I think that's
yeah, probably
maybe losing. And another idea was bishop d4 and then some counterplay, like, for example, king f1, if I take b takes c4, if rook c4, then rook e8, and I am trying to provoke e5.
And then king to d5.
And then the king is coming to d5, yes, but she's not obliged to take on c4 immediately. She can start with king e2. And somehow I wasn't sure I would be able to hold this endgame. And after, I don't know, maybe 20 minutes of thought, I played e5, but...
yeah, it's a tough decision. Or maybe rook b8 in this moment.
Well, rook b8 or rook e8, I don't know. But maybe instead of rook c4, as I have said, king e2 is more precise. I don't know. Has to be checked.
It also seemed to us that probably after e5, white should be better. But
yeah, of course, white is better. It's out of question. But
yeah, it's strange because basically we also thought that black made normal Grunfeld moves, and and somehow it's
well, in Grunfeld you should play more actively, but somehow I don't know, I was searching for possibilities to play more actively, but I just couldn't make them work. So I don't know. Then
yeah, we didn't check the database yet. What is the right way to proceed in? Yeah, we thought that Dinara played it quite well so far.
Rook f3, bishop e5. Here I was surprised by g4.
Yeah,
but maybe it's a good move.
Yeah, well, we thought in principle if white changed the bishop, then white should be also somewhat better. But
yeah, but her plan is also very interesting because she wants to put the pawn on g5. And then she has two plans, either to exchange these bishops or to play queen h4, rook h3.
Yeah. No, I think it was a strong plan. We were also a bit surprised.
And here I even thought about something like b5, just to go for some counterplay, like c takes b5, c4. But given two pawns, I think she can also take on a7.
Yeah,
and I play c3, but she goes back with the bishop on to e3, and then my pawn doesn't come out.
Yes, I can understand that it's not very tempting.
So once again, I'm not sure about f6 because like g5, I played f5.
Yeah, we were surprised because we thought it's not so clear, but the engine gives totally winning position for white. So this was
I
fast.
also thought maybe b6, but no, here b6 doesn't work because g takes f6, rook c f7. I mean instead of f5.
Oh.
Like b6, g takes f6, rook c f7, and then bishop
g5.
Maybe I should have played this. Because now white's pieces are like a bit
I mean, it's
tangled.
difficult to make any progress. Maybe h4, h5, but
But I think I...
no, maybe we've
Okay, I
got
just
bishop
missed...
bishop d4.
Yeah, bishop d4. I thought white could play bishop f4, but I have queen f6 at the move that I missed.
Yeah, maybe, but where did we? Yeah, b6.
Yeah, otherwise I should have gone there because...
Yeah, if this is possible, then probably it's the best chance.
Yeah, because if after bishop f4 there is queen f6, then everything is fine.
Yeah,
So
no,
I
bishop
don't-
g5 is bishop d4 then. Ah, you mean you were afraid of bishop f4?
Yeah.
Position.
Okay, but it doesn't work. Yeah, queen f6 and black is better. So, okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's strange because it seems afterwards.
No, but she, first of all, it's not clear if she had to take on f5, because she could play something like h4, and I wasn't sure what to do after h4.
Yeah, but in fact, we were also surprised the engine gives this as totally winning for white.
Queen f5, bishop h2, king h1, b6, because
Yeah.
otherwise if I go bishop e5
Yeah,
immediately there
then
is
bishop
bishop
c5.
c5.
Yeah, exactly. This was nice tactical trick then.
So b6, and here, okay, I was playing on 1 minute and she had a bit more, but I didn't see like, okay, I was sure that my position is close to losing because it looks, nothing moves.
Yeah, the strange thing is the engine shows +3, so this is totally winning, but we were also surprised that it's so
Yes,
bad.
I mean like after a4, bishop e5, let's say she plays just a5.
Yeah,
I mean, I just don't know what's my next
Yeah,
move.
exactly. That's also was my proposition, a5, and just push the pawn to a6, and then
Yeah, because after she played bishop f4, I think I started. Okay, it got a bit better
And
for
the
me because at least.
no, we saw in the game that this rook ending later after queen e6 check is totally lost for black. Then we thought so. I don't know. I can show what.
I didn't think about it. I didn't have time to think about it.
Yeah, and this of
And
course,
okay, yeah,
we
d6
thought
here
that
she
this,
blunder.
at least this is my idea. I thought that this rook ending is totally lost because the king is cut off. Then.
But
At
if
least
just rook f6.
rook f6 and come with the king, and well, maybe king g7 and h6, but
Okay, no, that's horrible. Yeah, I didn't see that
I
idea.
thought
To
it's
be
winning,
honest.
but the computer gives +2 something.
No,
But I
if
did not
we
see.
wait a bit longer and get to
Yeah, but this engine is pretty weak, I think. So it's
yeah, I think when it gets a higher depth, it will be winning. Yeah. Okay.
but of course, I think. But then after d6, I think you played very good technique too.
Okay, just there was one moment. Actually, there was also a nice tactic, but some moves ago when she played bishop f4. First, I thought that she blundered rook f7, but then,
then
I
queen
realized
takes,
then
queen-
queen takes. Okay.
Yeah, there was the tactic I was showing to the spectators. If you go rook e7, then queen f8 check. This is also funny.
This one I didn't see, but when I saw rook f7
No,
and queen f7, I thought, okay, I take.
Bad enough.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, it's interesting. It seems that the position also that she played it correctly up to also taking f5 and everything, and then it's winning for white.
And then after
But-
queen e8, okay, she blundered the pawn. Then I started to play for a win.
Yeah, of course.
And I think I could make it much faster because,
Oh,
well,
this-
like right here, it's still not so clear because she has activity.
yeah, here's not. But I thought that you played very well afterwards.
But after rook f2, queen e7, yeah, king h2, okay, queen f7 must be winning because it forces the queens exchange.
Ah, yeah, okay, queen f7.
And okay, after if she goes back to c2, then queen h5. But I played rook d4, and only then I noticed the king.
Here this was a moment we did not look, so sorry. But the engine also likes it. The engine thinks anyway it's winning.
Okay, but the queen's endgame, I was not sure at all if it's winning or not. I think her chances were.
No, we thought it's winning because this in this somehow the plan. We thought she cannot really defend against like you played in the somehow to come round with the king. We thought so, and also the engine thinks it's totally winning, but here we were quite optimistic for you.
Okay, that was forced. Yeah, takes. Then some checks. H5.
Oh, we thought it's very nice technique.
Maybe queen d7 or queen c7 was better. But she gave me a chance to put the queen on on d6 yeah, with a check, and it was not like here. Yeah, after queen d2, instead of king g3, she could play, let's say, king h3, and I would have to lose like one tempo to put the queen on d6 or on e6. But as she played king g3, I could just get it immediately.
Yeah, this was perfect with the queen on d6 and then march somehow with the king. And
yeah, then to avoid stalemate ideas.
yeah, afterwards we thought it was a nice technique with giving the b6 pawn. I think this was important, I thought.
But she still had chances. Like, for example, after king e4, I thought a5 here, I give a check on g5 and I take. But if she plays queen d5, king e3, a5, or something like that. I mean, maybe it's winning, but...
No, okay, this is interesting.
No, here I can give a check on f2 on e1 and to take this pawn. So, yeah.
Ah, yeah, then it's winning with the... Yeah, right. Just to show to the spectators. And then the queen takes and the black king escapes here around her.
Yeah.
No, we thought it's winning for black, but... Yeah, and especially here in the end, and in the very end, that just the pawn ending is winning.
Okay, here, yeah.
Yeah, no, simply queen g2. And what was the end of the game, in fact?
After king a3, she
Yeah, sorry, this was with our analysis. Yeah, this was, but I think it's very instructive how to hide for the spectators, how to hide the king behind the pawns.
It's
Everybody
good when
learned
it
something.
works.
No, well, congratulations. I mean, it was in a way a bit lucky because probably in between it was lost, but then I think it was very good technique afterwards.
Let's hope so. Then you come to your room, you check with the end,
this is always
and then you
disastrous.
realize.
Yeah, but congratulations. Still, it was an important win. Then.
Yeah, thank you.
So thanks a lot, and good recovery for tomorrow.
Yes, thanks.
And good luck.
Thanks.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks so much, Anna, for the great interview. Now all the games are already finished and we are looking at the results right now. So what happened today? Yeah, unfortunately, Dinara lost against Anna, although she had very good winning chances, but very good technique from Anna. Then a draw between Nana and Mariya, also a very interesting and fighting game. Sometimes 3 pawns up, but still a lot of initiative and compensation. Then a draw between Humpy and Zhansaya, also a very interesting endgame. Probably some kind of fortress. Maybe we will find it soon in some endgame books, you never know. Then a draw between Jiner and Harika. Also very interesting game. Looks like some kind of computer game in the beginning. Yeah.
And the computer game in the ending.
Yeah, exactly. Somehow White had some winning chances according to the engine, but we couldn't find it. Yeah, and then a draw between Alina and Zhongyi. Very interesting game also. And yeah, in the end, Alexandra won against Elisabeth. Yeah, very unlucky blunder from Elisabeth, and we hope that she will recover and will have a very great game tomorrow. Yeah, and thanks in the chat for the nice compliment that Stefan is looking very well for 63 years.
Oh my God, who told my age?
You're double age than me. So it's 2-time Veronika here and 1-time Veronika here.
3 Veronikas, basically.
Okay, so what to expect tomorrow? Let's have a look at the pairings for tomorrow for the 3rd round. And there we have Zhongyi against Elisabeth, Alexandra against Dinara, Harika against Alina, Zhansaya against Jiner, Mariya against Humpy, and Anna against Nana. So very exciting games again. And we hope that you're watching our commentary tomorrow starting at 3 p.m. again. So hope to see you soon.
Yeah, have a nice night, beautiful chess dreams, and see you or you see us tomorrow.
Have a good evening. Bye.